Good evening. Do I have a motion to reconvene the Finance Committee meeting of October 5th through the 6th?
So move.
With that, I will turn it over to,
All those in favor?
all right, thank you. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. With that, I'll turn it over to Misty Dodge, our City Director of Finance.
Thank you. So budget night 2. So we'll do the same basic format of what we did last night with the department heads doing their presentation, focus on that executive summary, and then open it up for questions, and then the new proposal as well. And then at the end, I'll have a wrap up to kind of talk about next steps and then that resolution that'll be in front of you.
Okay. First up is Fact TV. Do we have Jeremy?
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
The floor is yours, Jeremy. Yes, we can hear you.
Fantastic. Thank you for the time. Fact TV has had a amazingly busy year this year, and COVID did not slow us down. If anything, it increased the workload just a little bit. And I just first want to say, while I have the floor, thank you to the staff for the hard work this past year and every year. I mean, I'm very lucky to have a great staff to meet the demands of everything we're doing. So thank you to them. Significant accomplishments. We've increased our sports production with the Verona Area School District. That's been a great partnership. We were able to actually provide video coverage, streaming at times when parents weren't able to be in said spaces, like the gym or swimming was a big one for us. We provided that coverage live for parents to be able to watch their sons and daughters be able to participate in sports still while still staying safe ourselves. Improve the flow of hybrid meetings. You have dealt with that day in and day out, and we continue to work on that hybrid meeting coverage, try to make it better in partnership with the IT department. Our switcher plan to reduce the amount of switchers. We did do a switch out this year, which also is helping us with the hybrid meetings. So it kind of worked out in our favor anyways that we did that. We continue to head out for productions using the production or the van that we received from the police department. If you haven't had a chance to come out or haven't had a chance to see that van, you should do so. Andrew and I outfitted it so we can do productions out of it. So it's a very nice van, and I hope it runs longer than our last SUV. And then Talking Fitchburg celebrated the 5-year anniversary. So 5 years of local news coverage here in the city of Fitchburg. And we're seeing that being done at many other municipalities across the state. So as being a leader in Fitchburg on that front, I'm very proud of that. And it's hard to say that we've been doing a show every day, Monday through Friday, without missing a beat for 5 years is impressive. So great work on the staff on that one. And if you could have less of me, anybody wants to replace me, I'm game, totally game for that. Misty Dodge could do that. New initiatives for 2022. We'll continue to expand on our sports coverage. Again, just continue that partnership with the Verona Area School District. We'll continue to return to more live and local event coverage as that all comes back online. We still go out and cover events. Obviously, there hasn't been as many as in past, but we continue to go out and we'll do that coverage. We're continuing on our upgraded head end system. So part of our CIP project was upgrading this head end. That is the controlling brain of Fact TV and how everything streams out. More importantly, it provides multi-access, especially for people who are watching online video on demand or through our streaming services on now Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire TV is the new ones. So when we're talking about access out there, we are everywhere, and including social media as well. You see the financial summary there in front of you. We continue to see the decline of franchise fees. It's the long told story of, of my career, and It's unfortunate, but council and the mayor has been great at seeing the issues and trying to adjust that. So you're seeing this was our first year of having funds be put in addition to the franchise fees to cover the losses that are being made up, I should say, from what's not there from the franchise fees. So we continue on that. We added $7,000 this year for 2 laptops. It's something that's been put in and taken out the last couple of years. So hopefully that will remain in because we're 2 years behind on replacing those. And then a reclassification for our cable operations position, who has been almost here up to the 10-year mark, coming up already as a seasonal position, would move him to a part-time position, which I believe is not only great for our department for retention for that position, and for obvious reasons, the great work that we continue to do and offer. We're staffed pretty appropriately right now, but pending the direction of and the future growth of the city, our needs will be met, or we'll meet the needs of that with additional employees as needed. But this would be a great stepping stone. And the position definitely has changed over the years as we've adapted too. We continue to adapt and meet those challenges and needs for what we do. So that is a new proposal in there, hoping to see that classification changed this year. Let's see. I think those are it. We didn't have any, really it's just business as usual. We really are lucky and fortunate that we've kind of really got it narrowed down. Really we're doing our city government meetings. We're doing our community news where we can go out and collect and keep presenting and be that kind of centerpiece to bring everybody together and get the information out to our city, and then serving the departments with their projects. So it's threefold. We're busy and we enjoy it. So that's the budget in a nutshell.
Very good. Thank you, Jeremy. Is there any discussion, any questions from council? We have one from Jim Wheeler. Go ahead, Jim, you have the floor.
Hi, Jeremy, thank you for your work. One of my questions is, how many events are you able to cover, the live and local events in a year?
Yeah, we actually have that. If you go back a little bit, and I apologize, I think we may have skipped over that. But total productions wise, outside of government meetings, we're up in 2019, we're at 657 productions. And this year, we're still projected to be in the 600, which is really crazy to me because we're not out actually covering events. That COVID's kind of slowed that down, but we've picked up on other projects, other needs, other of things that seem to fit the build. So we've been on pace almost the same as we were in 2019 this year, and we're doing other things. So it's been quite impressive.
And just to follow up, what is the criteria for you guys going out to do these live events, local events?
So basically, we either get requests that come in. So for instance, our groundbreakings and ribbon cuttings that might come in from the chamber or our economic development folks, or both of them may email us, and we'll put that on our schedule and try to get a crew out there to cover that. Local events, nonprofit groups that have events that the city endorses, the city has involvement in, or just things that are happening in our city. We try to get out and film a story to show what's going on out there. Again, if it fits into our time frame. Live events, we've really taken a focus on sports, local sports. It's a big piece of what PEG stations do, public education across the state. A lot of them provide that service. And we enjoy taking a step out of our meeting realm and trying to bring some of that local sports talent through the broadcast, live broadcast. So it's a little bit of everything. We some requests, some of the things I'll reach out to. Talking Fitchburg, the reason that we actually started that is we could actually present, say, hey, this is coming. We could get somebody to come in and talk about their events that are coming up. We could go to the event, cover it, and then come back and say, hey, this is what happened. So it gave the opportunity to promote what was happening, show you what's happening, and then people can actually go back and see it. And then we can take that video and use it for future promo videos, economic development purposes, you name it, which is also another great need. So we haven't had our business luncheon, but at the business luncheon, we would take care of doing that annual video. A lot of those videos that were going out, or productions we're going out on, you might see in that, or other staff videos or projects that are happening.
Thank you.
Do we have additional questions? Gabriella, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I still would love to see a podcast of Talking Fitchburg, if that's ever in the works. And if it isn't too much work, because I don't want to add anything to your plate, but I would love to see that at some point in the future, if it's feasible.
So Gabriel, as of today, and no, not that Talking Fitchburg is gonna, eventually I would love, if anything, I'd love to see some of the city meetings go to that platform as well. But in our website update that we're going through, we did make a Fact TV podcast link today. So it's something that we're testing with the senior center right now. We were doing some podcasts related to, oh boy, now I'm going to forget the group there. Well, the guys can tell you. Either way, it's something that we're working on and testing it. And I'm actually speaking at our upcoming PEG conference in Milwaukee with the mayor. Actually, the mayor is going to be one of our speakers as well. But we're going to be talking about podcasting because it is a big thing in the state and across the country. So I got you in mind. It's right here in the back of my head, and we'll hopefully get to that. Our system does allow us to do it. So
Awesome.
it's just the small mechanics of pulling that together, but definitely somewhere I could see us going into in the future.
Well, if you need any beta testers, you can keep me on your list.
We would love to have a show with Gabriella.
Additional questions? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Jeremy. Thank you for everything you do. Do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on our list is the city clerk. Tracy, are you are there? You have the floor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for having me. Jeremy, you won't get me on one of your shows. Sorry about that. So for the clerk's budget, significant accomplishments for 2021. We coordinated 2 elections, including the spring election, which has our 4 alder races. April election was another large election due to absentee voting with COVID going on. I don't expect that to change moving forward. We are still working on the content management for files in the vaults. We're about 95% complete. That is a project that will be continuing moving forward. We've talked about this in the past, that we're always generating new documents, agreements, resolutions, ordinance that all have to be scanned in for on-base for record retention. So that's just a continuation of what we've been doing, but it is quite an undertaking, and the clerk staff has really been working hard at getting that done. So every 4 years, the Election Commission sends out a postcard for a 4-year purge for voters who have not voted since the last general presidential election. With that, we get a lot of those postcards coming back to us, and we're continuously updating our voter rolls to keep those current due to that postcard and that 4-year purge. The Election Commission has now switched to doing what's called a quarterly ERIC mailing. So every quarter they'll mail out postcards to registered voters that for some reason, in coordinating with the DMV system, it shows that maybe they've moved. So before we make those voters inactive, we want to reach out to them via the postcard, and then we also send another letter just to confirm that yes, they have moved before we make them inactive. So that's a continuing process that we'll be doing moving forward as well. New initiatives for 2022, So we'll be coordinating a possible polling location change for District 1. We had discussion about that a while ago when we moved District 1's polling location to Little John's. And that is going to take place hopefully with the completion of the remodel at the Dane County Public Health Building. That has to be vetted once the remodel is finished. So that's to be continued. We'll probably revisit that maybe sometime in June so that we can implement that prior to hopefully the August election, but for sure, hopefully by the November election. This will also help accommodate polling location changes for the town of Madison. We're continuing to recruit additional election inspectors. If we do go to additional polling locations, that's going to be a whole nother recruitment process for getting new chiefs trained, new election inspectors trained. So that'll be quite an undertaking as well. Let's see, we're continuing to educate voters on using the MyVote website, requesting absentee ballots. I know they've made some tweaks to the MyVote website to make it a little bit more user-friendly. You can always log into that MyVote website, check your voter registration status. Now, one of the things you can do is you can check to see where your absentee voting location would be, as well as your polling location. So that's kind of a nice tweak there. We're continuing to work with the finance and IT staff to establish an online payment system, kind of similar to what our recreation department has. So we'll be looking into that further, hopefully down the line. And we're implementing a modus election program assistant to help with scheduling, training, and communication with election inspectors and chiefs. This also helps with maintaining equipment. And then we're implementing an open records request workflow process through OnBase. We're working with IT on that to help streamline routing, location, and fulfilling of increasing requests. And then let's see, so budget changes. So a large increase in the budget is obviously going from 2 elections to 4 elections this year. This increase resulted in additional supplies and materials, as well as increased poll workers. I'm sorry, my screen is kind of going out on me here. There, that's better. Absentee voting has increased due to COVID. We don't expect this increase to change or end anytime soon in 2022. So this results in additional costs for absentee ballot envelopes, labels, postage, staff time for processing. And with the annexation of the town of Madison, adding those additional registered voters to our population will most likely require an additional polling location on the far east side to help accommodate that area. We'll be revisiting that probably around June as well, so that we can implement that prior to the November election. So that way the town of Madison will be notified in time as to where their polling location is. So with the redistricting that we are currently undergoing right now, that'll require notification to registered voters of polling locations, possible polling locations. That's included in the budget for the postcards. Also included is the cost for implementation of the Modus Election Manager program. Again, this will assist us with scheduling training, communicating more efficiently with our election inspectors and chiefs. This program helps track equipment, and it also helps coordinate with the polling locations. In addition to having additional polling locations, that's also more equipment, that's more staff to coordinate, more staff to train. So this program will help us assist with that. And that in the long term will free up staff time significantly. And then go on to the proposal number 2. So this is a proposal that talks about additional election inspectors needed to help staff the 4 races for next year. Will be, I'm requesting LTE staff to help with processing in-person absentee voting, requesting overtime hours for staff to help accommodate the workload that is in effect with elections, as well as election inspectors and election workers increase from the 2 elections last year or this year to the 4 elections for next year. And then proposal 3, this talks about adding an additional polling location where we'll have additional election workers and additional chief election inspectors to be added for 2 locations. 1 for sure, possibly 2 in 2022 by the November election. So sorry I butchered that, but my brain's been on annexation, so. Any questions?
Gabriella.
I guess just functionally for recruiting new election workers, is that something that people can apply for starting now, or is there a window of time when people should start applying?
There is no window. We encourage people to apply anytime. I will say that coming in the first meeting at the December council meeting, we're at our 2-year term for our current election inspectors. So we like to have kind of an idea of who is going to serve for the next 2 years so that I can present that in a resolution for approval, and then they can sign their oaths. But we're constantly hiring, constantly recruiting. So
great. If you could send that out
anybody, send them my way.
If there's some sort of like specific place they can reach out to or instructions on how to apply that you could send out to the council, I'd be happy to share that out. And I'm sure other alders would too, just to get a head start on it since we have some time before the next election, but happy to share that out.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Additional questions? Okay, I see no hands raised. Thank you very much, Tracy.
Thank you. Have a good evening, everybody.
You do the same. Thank you. Good night. Next on our agenda is Human Resources. Sarah.
Hi, good evening. So we have been busy in HR. We hired a new city administrator, as you know. We have a new police chief starting hopefully on Monday, October 18th, and he's just working through one last condition. We created and implemented 360-degree feedback for all department heads. So that's a very exciting new feedback mechanism. We'll have a focus group meeting early next year to just check in and see how that process is going. And then we are also still meeting with the Diversity Inclusion Employee Resource Group. They're actually putting a presentation together for the November Personnel Committee, just going to talk about what they've been up to and where they intend on going. And then new initiatives for next year. I'm really excited about this one, reviewing the feasibility of a paid parental leave policy. So, new moms, new dads going out on leave right now need to use any accrued time that they have, vacation, sick time, or even take it unpaid. And this paid parental leave would give those new parents an option to be able to take some 100% paid off or time off. It might not be the full 12 weeks, but it could be 4 weeks, could be 6 weeks. All of that needs to be evaluated and checked out in the policy. And then it was back in 2014 that we implemented merit-based system, a performance evaluation system. And it's been a really long time since our managers had any type of refresher training. So we would be looking at having some refresher training on performance management for all of our managers next year. And then lastly, we are going to look at exploring changing the FMLA period. Right now it's January to December for tracking and potentially looking at a rolling look back. That does require some more time and administration, but I'll get into that with the HR specialist position later on. Significant budget changes from this year to next includes a 2% cost of living adjustment for all non-represented employees. We are going into contract negotiations with police and fire this fall, so their potential pay increase is yet to be determined. And then a 1% pay for performance for non-represented employees. So if you don't know already, all of our non-represented employees receive pay increases based on how well they perform their job. It's called a merit-based system. So in addition to getting a cost of living adjustment, they would receive a merit-based increase at their anniversary if they do well in their position. So that would be a 1%. And then there's a $12,500 for Carlson Detman. Carlson Detman is our compensation consultant. And back in 2014, they created our pay plan for us. We moved from a longevity based, where you received pay increases based on how long you were with the company, to a merit-based system where how well you do in your position is what dictates your increase. Right now, we have a major problem with our pay plan in that we have 5 classifications of employees who are at the top of the pay range and ineligible for merit increases. So they do get the cost of living adjustment, but they don't get a merit increase. This has been this way for about 3 years now for these this group of employees. It's our custodian, the majority of our public works maintenance workers, it's some of our police sergeants, our 2 police lieutenants, and our deputy police chief. So this is really problematic in a merit-based system to not have all employees be eligible for a merit-based pay increase. So the goal would be that the $12,500 would be for Carlson Detman to repull the market data, address any issues with the pay plan, and then in 2023 to actually, implement those pay increases for employees. And then there's just the anticipated annual increase of software license. We right now use NeoGov, and that is the HR system for applicant tracking, performance management, onboarding. And so every year that goes up a little bit. And then I proposed a part-time, just 20 hours a week HR specialist position. Right now it's myself, a full-time employee, and then our part-time HR specialist. She doesn't have any desire to go full-time. So with that, I'm looking to add a part-time position. This position could help us out with taking any of the seasonal, hourly, LTE recruitments so that they would run those recruitments. Amy could spend her time then just focusing on permanent, part-time, permanent, full-time recruiting. And then I could delegate FMLA management to Amy, who is our current HR specialist. This would help me out a lot. I've got a list of 10 different projects I'm trying to focus my attention on, and I can't get there without additional help. And so in addition, this would be a shared position with finance. So right now we only have one person processing payroll every 2 weeks. And so when that person, if they have to be gone, our finance director may be trying to process payroll. So this person could be backup for our payroll specialist and even do some double checking of everything. So a shared position. So that is, I think that's the gist of my budget for next year.
Is there anything else, Sarah? I'm sorry. That concludes. Is there any questions from council? Gabriella, you have the floor.
Thank you. Sarah, I saw that the clerical float position is going to report to you. I'm curious, I think it's an interesting idea. I'm curious what you think about the feasibility of recruiting someone for that type of position. Do you think that's going to be a desirable type of, do you think we'll get a good pool of applicants and find somebody good for that type of position?
Absolutely. I'm super, super excited for this position, actually. This position is going to have a variety, and we're going to have the qualifications where it could be anyone. They can be right out of high school. We're not having a degree requirement. We're not looking for someone with X many years of experience. This is a true entry-level, full-time benefit opportunity for someone to gain experience in all these different areas. And then maybe even in the future, there's that potential for that person to grow into, maybe there's a vacant position in one of the departments that they really enjoy helping out. Coming from, I always hate to always refer back to City of Madison because that's my former employer, but we had a department that just specialized in admin float and providing those types of services. Those people in that department, we only had a few of them, and they were there for a very long time. So I think this is the type of position that people really look forward to getting into because there's all that variety. So I don't anticipate any issues with recruiting for that position.
Awesome. That's good to hear. Thanks.
Go ahead, Jim. You have a question?
Just a comment, Sarah. I want to commend your department for the equity and inclusion work that you're doing, especially when it comes to recruiting and hiring. I think that's a great thing for a city to really be proud of, and your department's doing a great job at it.
Thank you.
I'll second that. Any other additional questions from council? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Sarah.
Okay, take care.
Have a good evening. Moving on in our agenda, next is legal. Valerie, the floor is yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to speak to you briefly about my legal budget. Hopefully all of you are familiar with the kind of work that I do, and I will say our department, well, really just me, is really largely reactive in the sense that my biggest job is to make sure and to try to resolve as many issues as I can before they become legal problems. So I try to address legal questions before they become legal problems. As part of my duties, I prosecute all of the municipal citations that are issued by the Fitchburg Police Department, and I assist departments and department heads and other staff, as well as members of the council and boards in addressing issues involving any kind of number of legal questions or open records or open meetings questions as well. I'm also assisting staff with the very difficult and arduous process of incorporation of the town of Madison into our city or a portion thereof. And of course, on an ongoing basis, I assist with revising city ordinances as needed. As far as my significant budget changes, I have a modest increase for outside legal to address just the increase in cost of complex labor issues, as well as just the rising cost of outside legal fees. And I don't have any new initiatives. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. And I will end my presentation at that.
Very good. Any questions from council? I see no questions. Thank you very much, Valerie.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Next on the agenda, assessing. Amy, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Well, it's been quite busy in the assessing office the last few years. So our significant accomplishments during 2021, we completed the 2020 revaluation, and that ended quite late last year in mid-October. And that put us behind by about 4 months in our normal workload. So we chose to do 2021 as a maintenance assessment year. And so with that, it kind of was a little different process. We didn't do our actual market adjustments each year like we typically do. And so we sent out an additional letter. We sent out postcards just to notify the public that it was a maintenance year. We were also short-staffed. Our commercial appraiser resigned his position in January. And so that position didn't get filled to the end of May. So I kind of did both roles as the commercial appraiser and the assessor during that time frame. We did hire and contract a retired City of Madison assessor to help us out with the personal property during that time frame. We also had our new assessing intern position was filled in April, but after a couple months, she decided that was not for her, and so she withdrew her internship. So that position is not currently filled either. We also worked with MG&E and the Department of Revenue for the solar project, and we worked with them to videotape that and create some educational tools that the Department of Revenue will be presenting to assessors. And because it's kind of a new charted territory for assessors as to how to value that and the different process within that. Our new initiatives for 2022, 2021 was a maintenance assessment cycle. So we will resume our annual revaluation. And so we're working on that right now. We're also preparing for the town of Madison annexation, figuring out the process, working with many other agencies, the county, the state, as to how that affects everyone, the timing of that process. We've talked about including a data migration of the electronic records. And let's see, we'll have to, new assessment of neighborhood sales analysis, all of that will need to be looked at for those parcels and brought in. There's currently about 164 properties that will be annexed to the city, and they're primarily large commercial properties. So our commercial appraiser will be quite busy taking care of that. And it'll also create, we'll have to identify all the personal property accounts too, as that. And we are also preparing and defending various assessments during court. We're in current litigation at circuit court level right now. So we currently have 6 parcels that are filed, 1 potential. And they're at all different levels, where we're at litigation in some, appeals at others. So it's keeping me quite busy staying on top of preparing for those court cases. Significant budget changes for from 2021 to 2022. I've removed the commercial cost estimator. That's a separate program that our former commercial appraiser utilized. I added in for data migration for the town of Madison parcels. I've decreased, there's a fee that we pay for manufacturing for the state to assess the manufacturing parcels. And I've decreased that by $4,000, looking at the past history. And then small changes like postage, our parcel counts continue. With the revaluation, we'll have a higher number of assessment change notices, notifications. And we also adjusted the mileage reimbursement. Currently, we do not have city vehicles that the assessing department uses. And so it was placed into acquire a city vehicle, 1 vehicle. And so switching that mileage around. And we're also requesting to convert the assessing intern position into a full-time assessment technician position. And so that brings us to our new initiative. And so the full-time assessment technician, the justification is that the city continues to grow and grow. Our parcel counts, in the last 5 years, we've had over 1,000 new parcels created within the city. And each of those parcels, on average, we touch or work on those parcels about 4 years in a row. And so that's what we have to handle every year as those parcels keep coming through. And on top of that, we have all the permits, and we've had record numbers of permits, sales. We're doing our agricultural reviews each year, and there's, I think, over 600 parcels to review with that. And then we have the town of Madison coming in. So our workload is just continually increasing every year. And in order to maintain or keep up with that annual work that we're required to do, I just believe we need another employee to assist us with that. We haven't had a full-time employee since, I believe, 2005. And I think our parcel counts at that time was around 7,000. And we're up to about 10,000 parcels that we have to deal with right now. So a lot more work in this time frame. So I think that's it, unless I've missed something.
Okay, very good. Questions, council? Hearing none, Thank you very much, Amy.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Next on our agenda is EMS. Patrick, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just doing the sound check that everybody does. Everyone can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. So we'll go through our significant accomplishments in 2021. Start off with what everybody has similarly said. I just really wanted to put just with one single bullet point on there, and that is continues to survive COVID, similar to what everybody else has done. The statistics, in addition to the COVID, that just continues to present challenges for all of our staff, and they continue to fight the good fight and respond with PPE and with the care that they need to. The department statistics, if Misty wouldn't mind scrolling up just a little bit, where it talks about our projected volume for 2021 being 3,600 calls. That was our projected volume when I put this in a couple of months ago. As of the end of last month, putting those numbers in there, at the end of 2021, we're actually currently projected to hit 4,100 calls. There's been normally we see about a 3 to 5% growth. We are currently on track this year to see about a 15% growth or a number in increase in call volume. So our staff just continues to respond to calls, and they're sick people and meeting today countywide. It's happening across the county. Nobody can put a finger on what it is. Even with meeting with the hospitals today, it's not necessarily call volume or not call COVID related. It's truly just the volume that we're seeing in the hospitals and in the pre-hospital environment. So a significant accomplishment for this year, and we continue to fight for this year, is just seeing lots of sick people and really taking care of them. Listed on the bullet point there is one of the things we implemented this year, and it's in cooperation with Dane County, Madison, Dane County Public Health, Safer Communities, and the state of Wisconsin actually plays a role in this as well. We started a Leave a Dose program. What that is actually leaves a dose of Narcan with any patient who we respond to where there's a suspected overdose, suspected opioid overdose. Whether it's confirmed or merely suspected, we leave it with a patient or a family member, regardless of whether we transport them or we don't. In addition to that, we leave a resource guide to hopefully encourage recovery, or at least get them the information to connect them with recovery coaches. And Safer Communities is a community program that is actually very active with that. So the Narcan that is purchased, or it's actually not purchased, the Narcan actually comes from Dane County Public Health, who gets it from the state. So truly the only cost of this program to our citizens was the plastic bag we put little kits in, and then the printing of those resource guides. So that's been, I believe to date, we've given out about 6 of them. We average about 5 to 6 of those calls a month. So it's been a kind of it's in its infancy, but we have it up and running, approved through the state, and hoping to kind of share that information and roll that out throughout the rest of the county. So that's kind of been something we've been pretty proud of getting that up and running. Second bullet point there is something that contributed with the CIP process of Epic. Last in 2020, Epic gave us funds on top of the additional purchase of an ambulance in 2021. So we received that ambulance in June, put it in service in about July-ish. We're just calling it our green ambulance. It's got a little sticker on it. So if you see the one with the green sticker on it, it's equipped with some anti-idle technology. So one of the challenges is that patient care compartment, right? One of the things is the environmental controls, emergency lights, lots of electronics in there that really truly need to stay running for us to take care of patients. What this does is it actually shuts the truck off. After 5 minutes, the vehicle shuts off, and there's a battery bank that actually keeps the patient care compartment, the environmental controls, again, lights, radios, everything we need to take care of a patient continues to run. So again, it's set to shut off after 5 minutes. Doing just a kind of a rough estimate, that ambulance runs out of the Marketplace Fire Station. So that is currently our busiest station. So figuring out the number of calls that they run, average scene times, number of times they go off a year, roughly we figure about 24 hours a month we actually do save in vehicle idling. So extrapolating that out for a year, kind of a significant accomplishment for us. I don't know that we'll ever see a true cost savings as far as fuel wise, but as far as reducing vehicle emissions, I think it's a pretty good start. So another good accomplishment for us. Hopefully that it's been very well received over the last couple of months. It's a learning curve for our crews to come out and have your ambulance shut off when you left it running when you left it. But beyond that, it's been just a little bit different for them to deal with, and it's been great. So opportunities to put that on all of our new vehicles. There's an opportunity to retrofit other vehicles as well. But kids still want to just kind of see and make sure that this is a good technology to move with. As far as our new initiatives for 2022, big thing on our radar is because our collective bargaining unit negotiated a contract for 4 years last time, we will not start negotiations until next year. So that is on our horizon for next year of negotiating a new contract. As far as our many references, the town of Madison, one of the primary purposes of that new station over on South Saline Road was to respond and reduce response times into the town of Madison. So fortunately for us, we are set. We will not require any additional personnel for that responding into the town of Madison area. That is what that ambulance was for. So we are ready to flip that switch anytime, with the exception of, as I kind of started the presentation with, projected to hit 4,100 calls, which wasn't really planning for until about 2 years from now. So again, can't explain why it's going on. It is a trend we'll absolutely keep watching, because we're gonna hit some capacity levels here pretty quickly. Again, as I mentioned in the CIP, the plan for a fourth ambulance is not until 2025. And we're quickly moving up into that. So it's not going to be a next year or 2 years kind of thing, but it is out there on the horizon. But we are set for the town of Madison, so shouldn't be asking for any more fundings from an EMS perspective. Last bullet point I put on there is, as we kind of hit every year, and COVID put a huge stop to that, is sudden cardiac arrests in Dane County. So somebody walking along, grabbing their chest and falling to the ground. Those have phenomenal survival rates. If we can get public access AED and bystander CPR initiated, Dane County has invested a lot of time and money and training in actually getting that CPR, bystander CPR rolled out there really right at the beginning of 2020, and we had to shut the entire thing down. So as you are aware of COVID and it's waxing and waning, we still have not been able to get in about 2018, the beginning of 2019, we started getting out into our libraries and out at the Verona Town Hall and actually having CPR classes about once every other month that were just open to the public for people to show up. It's about a half an hour, and they learned how to push on a chest. So we had some great participation in that, hoping to get that up again in 2022 when we could really open up. Chatting with Wendy here in Fitchburg and her counterpart in Verona, they're kind of ready for us to get back out there and doing some of those public programs again. So would really just like to take that and run with it. As far as our financial report goes, I know that's included in there. So our overall operating budget went up only about 3.3%. Most of that being wages and salaries. Those are contractual. The other two impacts we had there, as you can see in the bullet point, was our medical supplies, as everybody's medical supplies across any environment have significantly gone up. My prime example I continue to bring up with everybody is 2 years ago when I bought a box of gloves, it was about $9. That same box of gloves is listed on the website today for $43. We are not paying that. We switched providers, but it's still at least double of what we were paying before. And gloves are something we use on every call. Similarly, masks are something. We had cases and cases of masks. We just didn't use them until patients met a certain criteria. Every single provider, every single patient now gets gets a mask. So every single call we go on is the use of 3 masks. So again, hundreds of dollars that we are spending on personal protective equipment, as well as just the normal rising cost of everything. So biggest cost we're going to see this year is I am asking for, at least for next year, is one, bringing that medical supplies line up to where it needs to be, what we spent last year and what we're projected to see. The second one is just the repair parts. As we continue to put 4,100 calls worth of calls on our vehicles, we're starting to see some significant repair costs. And it's the same thing with those of trying to buy tires, trying to buy, we had an ambulance sit up at the repair shop for almost 2 months waiting for fuel injectors. Just can't get them. And then when we get them, they're twice the price of what we were paying 2 years ago. So the biggest significant operating costs we have for next year really are those two things. The other thing you're going to see as a municipality, and I know Misty had alluded to this a few months ago, is there's two components that though our overall budget only went up about 3.3%, there's a large ask from municipalities this year, and two of those reasons are listed here. The first one was my error. So about 2 years ago, in anticipation of what that third ambulance was going to bring on board, changed what our anticipated run income would be. If you remember how the Fitchburg district, the Fitchburg budget is determined, we determine a budget based on cost. We estimate what that run income is going to be, subtract that up from the overall budget. The remainder then is divided by the 3 municipalities based on equalized value. So about 2 to 3 years ago, when I estimated what that run income was going to be for those 3 ambulances, I went in and changed a formula, said this is what I estimated run income was going to be, used that formula to determine the 2020 budget and the 2021 budget. After one of our audits last year, kind of looked at it and said something is a little bit amiss. Audit came back again this year, something said is very, very, very amiss. I went back and looked and said that formula that I was using and had changed to determine what our run income was going to be was incorrect. So to go back about 5 years prior to that and said, well, what would it have been if we go back and change this to where we should be to determine, though our volume went up, the makeup of those calls, transported calls, no transported, patients that aren't even charged, to go back and match those runs up and corrected that error for 2022, that actually had a significant increase on the municipality side and significantly lowered what I had overestimated run income to be. So unfortunately, again, my error, this is where we should have been. We're just taking that hit, or my ask is of that hit in 1 year, as opposed to stretching that over what would have been an increase over the last couple of years. So that is one component of the significant ask from the 3 municipalities this year. The second component to that, of course, it was a perfect storm year. The second component of that was the Department of Revenue actually overestimated the equalized value of the city of Verona last year to the extent of about $100 million. To make up for that last year and for this year, that actually put the equalized value of Verona for this year into actually to a -2%. Unfortunately, that impact is felt by the other 2 municipalities. Again, what it means is you would have paid more last year. Unfortunately, because you didn't have to pay as much last year, it's one big hit this year on top of my error and their error. It is actually about a 30% increase in the Fitrona budget in 1 year. In addition to the things that are going on here, we've been tapping into our reserves to help pay for my underestimation. So we don't, based on our audit at the end of this year, we're down to about a 13% reserve. We're going to tap into it over the course of this year. Based on my estimation, although this huge run number that we're seeing is gonna help offset that a little bit, we'll probably be down to about a 6 to 8% reserve this year. So we've been using our reserves over the last 2 years as an operational to help pay for operations, which I guess pluses and minuses, that's what a reserve is for when errors like this are made. But we don't have a reserve to tap into to help offset the cost of this huge increase in 1 year. So that is kind of in a nutshell of what brought us to the pretty significant increase this year of a 30% increase from the municipalities. Hopefully, what should happen anticipated, this is a single year fix Patrick's error, fix the Department of Revenue's error, and next year life will be back to normal, as well as the city of Verona will be back to their normal equalized value, and everything should be back to where it should be for next year based on the growth of all the 3 municipalities.
With that, I'll start out with the questions, Patrick. First of all, mine started actually with a question, and you spoke to it and it has changed to more of a observation, or I don't know if it's an observation, but my question was regarding the 29.78% or the 30% that you reference. I just want to commend you for bringing that forward and your honesty, and recognizing the fact that there was an error. I don't know the math well enough to know how long that could have gone on, but I appreciate the fact that you owed up to it. So it's just a comment. Thank you. Is there additional questions or observations that the committee, council would like to make? Gabriella, do you have your hand up? Sorry, yes, you do. Go ahead.
Thank you. Patrick, in regards to the increase, is this increase cumulative fix about the last 2 years of the miscalculation? Or is this something that, and will we continue to see a 100,000 plus increase in the budget for EMS going forward? Or is this only a corrective measure for 1 year?
This, I think, answering your question, this takes us to where we should be. So I think the answer to your question is this is a cumulative to, had we done things correctly over there, had I done correctly things over the last 2 years, this is what you would have seen anyway. So this is that number, the $936,571 is where you would have been anyway. You just would have made up about a 3% over the last 2 years versus taking this 30% in 1 year. So okay. I've actually kind of thrown together a best guess for 2023, and I hate to even bring it out because who knows what can happen in 2023, but truly past increases have been at 3 to 5%. Truly going forward, it should be that 3 to 5%. So we, with the exception of adding new staff at whatever date that is, you should not see increases like this again. I think that's what.
So so this budget this year it'll be that going forward plus that projected 3 to 5% increase. So this is this 100,000 plus ish. That's going to be the new normal going forward. I just want to be really clear.
Yeah, my guess is you will not see that number go down.
Okay.
Historically, kind of, and I think Julia brought this up about 3 or 4 years ago when we added that third ambulance. So normally our budget is about, historically has been about 50% paid for by user fees, about 50% then from the municipalities. It creeps up a little bit where user fees get to be 51, 52, 53% and goes the other way with municipalities. As run income increase or as run volume increases, municipalities go down, municipality contribution goes down. Because we added that third ambulance, and now we have more expenses, yet that volume hadn't caught up yet, it flipped. So now user fees are about 44% of our user, so part of our budget, and then about 56% is based on municipalities. Going forward, that should get back to normal. It will never go down. That's just the nature of budgets, as you know. It will never go down, and it'll be very curious to see what happens when Verona's equalized value next year kind of goes back to where it would have been. I think they were down to, normally they're about 45%, and I think they dropped to about 40% this year because of the error. Next year, they're going to normalize back to 44%, and they're going to see I think their budget, because of these errors this year, was only about a 14% increase. Great growth in Fitchburg of 11% in equalized value, great. However, that equalized value is actually directly affects what the equalized value of the contribution to Fitchburg is. So yes, that 936,000 going forward is, yes, you will build on top of that. But it should never be, knock on wood, right? With the exception of additional personnel, you shouldn't see that 30% again. It should be a normal increase.
Great. And I have another question about reserves. Is it okay if I keep going, Alder Udell?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. And then in terms of the reserves, you said you're projecting will be down to 6 to 8% in reserve funding. And I know the EMS district, because we share it, is slightly different in terms of the policies, but is that, I assume that that's under the recommended policy for reserves, and what is that recommended policy?
Sure, you are correct. So that's part of the intergovernmental agreement that was recently signed a couple months ago. It was unchanged. So our intergovernmental agreement is a 15 to 25%. So the plan, and as soon as I realized the audit came out and realized what my error was back in March, April timeframe, I met with Misty. I met with her counterpart in the city of Verona and said, I have a problem. Here is what I need your help with. And as far as budgets get planned, please keep this in mind, that this is what we need. Kind of met with them at the same time, and we'll continue to kind of discuss with them over what is a good plan to help build that reserve back up. Aside of tapping into that reserve, again, that's what emergencies are for. So that's what it's there for. There's a couple different options. Fitrona is very financially stable. So I don't know that there is no need for, all right, and we're going to pass this budget for 2022, and in 2023, I need another $20,000 from each municipality to build the reserve up. I don't think that's necessary. I think we have 3, 4, 5 years, however it is. But again, I'm going to work with Misty and Brian as her counterpart in Verona, who have a much better working knowledge of the municipal finances, and say, what is the best option to do this? Is it maybe a one-time ask? Do we put $5,000, a line item in the budget for the next 4 years to build that back up? Do we just, we've talked about some of these options already. Conservatively estimating run income, meaning that, I don't complete my full budget expenditures. So essentially anything that we would get above a normal run income starts filling that reserve back in. So there is no plan in 2022 to actively refill that reserve. In 2023, there will be a plan to be determined what to fill that reserve back up is.
Got it. Thank you. And then Misty, does it have an implication for our Moody's rating, or is it? I'm just curious if there's an implication, because I know we typically are very high, above and beyond our policies for reserve funds. So
they are
will this have an effect?
They are technically a separate legal entity, so Moody's doesn't ask about them. But I do have an answer, basically what Patrick was saying, in our back pocket. And as far as, if we replenish the reserves up to the policy as of now, what that cost would be to the city of Fitchburg as compared to our reserve level is something that we could absorb.
Okay, awesome.
Additional questions from council? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Patrick. Well,
thank you.
Sorry, I just have one quick question.
Go ahead, Gabrielle.
Okay. Thank you. And Patrick, leaving the Narcan with residents that have had, an incident. I'm just curious. I think that's a really great policy. I'm curious about, does Narcan have a expiration date, and is there a plan to replace those with those individuals, or is it that sort of up to the individuals to make a request?
It's kind of up to those individuals. So yeah, as with any medication, it's about, I think the stuff we got from Dane County had about a 2-year lifespan on it. Okay. Not knowing how to obtain any of these drugs myself, I do know, anybody can go to any pharmacy, a pharmacist. If you walked into a pharmacy today and said, can I have some Narcan? You can get it. Okay. So there are multiple other public sources for people to get Narcan. We I don't want to say stole, I love the share. This initially actually came to us in a completely different meeting we were in with the ambulance service in Virginia, who brought up this leaving a dose of Narcan. And I don't know that we paid attention to the rest of the meeting, because both Jeff and I are like, that sounds like a phenomenal idea. There's actually a couple of municipalities, lacrosse area, it's called Tri-State, was already doing this. So public kudos to the Tri-State area ambulance service. They had done all of the footwork, the legal, they had it approved through the state. They truly sent me all of their copies, and I put Fitrona's name on it and sent it into the state, because it is a prescription medication. We actually had to submit an operational plan to the state. So they did all of the work. There's a couple of restrictions. Somebody can't walk up to the ambulance and say, "Can I have some Narcan?" We legally can't do that. But we can absolutely, again, as you said, and I mentioned, refer them to any pharmacy. But we're giving it to them. It truly is, the goal is that they find a recovery coach and get into recovery. Otherwise, we can, like I said, the biggest thing is any pharmacy or Dane County Public Health on South Park Street will give them Narcan. No questions asked.
That's great, because it's an extraordinary medication. So I'm glad to hear. Thanks.
Any additional questions? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Patrick.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next item on our agenda, and that's the fire. And Joe is in chambers with us. Joe, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can.
I just wanted to do what everybody does on Zoom, right? So as far as the significant accomplishments, a couple of things that we've been working on. Station 1, for example, the remodel project that we were working on there, that should come to completion here in the next month. We're coordinating a community and actually municipal vaccinations. We've done a number of different drive-through clinics, not only for COVID, but for the flu at the fire station. And we're also helping out with City Hall employees to make sure that people have access to those vaccinations. We have received the rechassied squad, and we have placed that in service. Along with that, there's extrication tools that were purchased, and those too have been placed in service. We just used those this last weekend, and they're working fabulously. The new records and report system has been put into place. We had an existing records management system that was reaching end of life, and we were informed that that system was no longer going to be supported at the end of this year. So we made efforts to put a new one in place. And then we continued our virtual training through the pandemic, and we resumed our in-person training in June. Obviously, we've had to put more restrictions in place as of recent changes to the mask order and so forth, but we're still training in person, which is extremely helpful in our situation where it requires a team effort. As far as the new initiatives for 2022, we are looking at replacement options for the water tenders. Actually, instead of replacing the tenders, we're looking at refabbing the back of the tenders, the area that we use the most, and reutilizing the cab. The cabs don't have a lot of miles on them. We'll be able to rebuild the engines as appropriate or provide the appropriate maintenance for them, but we don't see a lot of replacement needed there. It would be a matter of getting on top of the things that we use the most, and the water tenders are the ones that truck the water back and forth in non-hydranted areas. So the main things that we're going to be working on there are the dumping systems and the piping involved with the pumping systems within the tender. We're going to be replacing our mobile and handheld radios. We're going to be doing that in conjunction with the police department, who is also slated to replace their radios. And we're working with other Dane County fire departments to try to get the best possible price for those radios. We're identifying the responsibilities of the town of Madison. There's obviously additional things that we have to address from not only a response standpoint, but an inspection standpoint. There is some development going on in that area, so there's also things like plan review and things that are needed in order to address the fire safety of development and construction. There is an issue with our Fitchburg analog tactical system. Now, that's the system that we use when we are assigned to a structure fire. We'll use that system in order to get off the Dane County system and allow those responding in to talk to each other. We did identify that there was some damage to part of the system. That damage happened within the city of Verona. This is an all-inclusive system, so it requires us to address all components, that being those components that are in the city of Fitchburg, in the city of Verona, and there are components of this system on the EPIC campus. So we have to coordinate all of those entities to see what our best possible remedy is for the issues that we're seeing with that system. So there are going to be some things that we identify in 2022 that will need to be addressed, either modified or repaired. And then really trying to address the overall vision as far as staffing and supervision. Trying to do that in a way that is realistic and addresses the needs of a growing community. I do think that, and then I'll get into that in a little bit here as some of my new proposals address some of those things, and that's just to get on top of some of the things that we're I don't want to say deficient, because we're staying on top of things, but it's coming at a cost in the way of how staff hours are being used, and I'll get into that. So those are going to be the new initiatives for 2022. As far as the significant budget changes from 2021 to 2022, ESO Solutions is that new records management system, and although it is the preferred vendor for what we are using, and it was probably the most cost-effective, it still comes at a higher price. And you'll probably not be surprised to hear that the vendor for ESO is the one that bought out our previous system that then was no longer supported. So although it's more of a cost, it was the most cost-effective option that we had available to us. Increased in tuition reimbursement to our interns, and that just goes along with the policy that is already set forth in the employee handbook. Prior to this year, we were paying them out at a different level. That wasn't as much, but it wasn't per the employee handbook. It was addressed, and we've corrected it. As far as the clothing allowance, we decreased that because of the fact that we have just made some recent purchases, and as I'll explain here in a second, there's some recruitment concerns from the paid on premise and paid on call program. We decreased our vehicle expense. One of the things that we have been doing is working with City Garage, Rob down at City Garage, our city mechanic. He has been doing a tremendous job of helping us stay on top of some of our maintenance issues at a fraction of the labor costs that we would have to pay at a dealer or some other mechanic. We decreased our copier cost. Meredith was able to identify another copier provider option that had a lower contractual cost and allowed us to reduce that amount. We did have to increase weights and measures. This is a state-run program that we basically utilize the state in order to go out to things like gas stations and grocery stores, weights and measures to calibrate and make sure that they inspect all of those machines. That comes out of emergency management and not so much the fire department, but it is reflected in our budget. And then the other thing that would be a significant change is the addition of a firefighter paramedic that was added into the mayor's proposed budget. So, any questions so far? So one of the things that
Excuse me, Gabriella has a question. Go ahead, Gabriella.
Yeah, I just wanted to commend you on finding reduction in budget. That's very rare in these documents, which is great. I'm curious about, those reductions totaled around $8,000. Did you make those reductions in budget with the intent to use that money to pay for something else in the department?
So I can honestly say that the reductions that we have in budget take a look at what we've used the year before, and I try not to put myself in a position where I'm accepting too much praise, because next year I might be asking for more, right? So this is just my way of addressing what we used the year before and how we can ultimately spend that money more appropriately. I mean, if I'm speaking honestly, I know that I'm a part of the overall budget, and if we are as a city going to coordinate things like staffing, it's going to mean that everybody has to take a look at what they're spending in order to make certain things happen out of the operations budget. So although I might find out next year that I have to put a little bit more in, right now, based on projection, we just don't need that amount. So, I mean, it goes against the common philosophy is once you have it, keep it. But it also doesn't necessarily allow us to be a part of the overall solution when it comes to things like staffing. So a couple of things that I put in, really, most of what I put into the operations budget that's above and beyond what we've had in the past is staffing. And we are no different than any other department in the city of Fitchburg. It's a growing community, and as a result, we're all feeling the pinch as it involves things that are experienced as a result of increased call volume and things of that nature. So one of the things I'm trying to do is address the overall need to start, and then to also identify what needs to happen in the future. We're finding that from a paid on premises standpoint, we're having a difficult time recruiting people to assume what amounts to a very professional career option on a part-time level. So we're just finding fewer and fewer people that want to come in after they've been at work and come in and work at the fire station. So there's things that I have to be able to address in advance, because to bring this up after the need has been well established, it puts us well behind the 8 ball. And what we're trying to do is identify those trends as they exist now, and what we have to do now in order to best position the city in order to be able to fund things like staffing. And that might mean a couple of different things that I can address after I go through these proposals. And I don't want to monopolize too much of your time. What I would highly encourage everybody to do is, if you do have questions about plans or projections, I would welcome anybody to stop by the fire station, and I do want to address the concerns that everybody has. One of the things that was put in, well, I requested was not put into the mayor's proposed budget, is 2 daytime firefighters. Because of the fact that we're having a tougher time recruiting part-time firefighters, one of the things that we have the toughest time filling is daytime positions. So this was an effort of trying to at least address that through career firefighters. If we have one area of our staffing that has a certain degree of consistency, it's our career staff. So we figured if we hired people on, we would more than likely have a better opportunity to staff those daytime positions. The Division Chief of Prevention and Inspection continues to be placed in there because of the fact that it continues to be a need as it pertains to things like inspection, plan review, and other duties as assigned to include investigation and those types of things. One of the things that we were made aware of this year in 2021 is Rich Roth, one of our deputy chiefs, is going to be stepping down. He's put in well over 40 years into the fire department. He's already retired from his primary job. He was assuming full-time hours as a part-time employee. We received an extreme amount of value from Rich, but he, as of 2022, he will no longer be with the fire department. And so it leaves a void. You've got somebody who's filling full-time hours every week, and now we have to try to fill that when there's not a part-time employee that has the ability to fill that position right now. And to put it out there for the general public, we're well aware of the fact that we're not going to find somebody who's going to fill full-time hours at a part-time salary, and I can discuss that in greater detail. But it's the end of an era. We're not seeing very many people like Rich step forward and put forward that amount of time and to be able to provide that value to the city. The one that was included into the mayor's budget is the career firefighter inspector. What this allows is two different things. Gives us the potential to have an inspector assigned during the day that reduces some of the load that is placed on the on-duty crews at each station. So some of our larger buildings, our larger facilities that require a more deliberate inspection, and one that requires them to get out of the vehicle and travel a greater distance away from their ability to respond to an emergency, we would be able to have that inspector available. This also creates a light duty position within the fire department. So if we ever have somebody that requires light duty status, we have a place to put them and still get work done within the fire department. So that one was included. And then the full-time lieutenant promotions. That was actually something that existed in the budget before I arrived, budgeted to an extent. It wasn't, we found out as we were going through the process of placing these lieutenants that it wasn't funded at the level that it was intended to be able to promote all of the three people. This is not creating three new positions, this is promoting three existing firefighters. We've already adjusted our organizational chart to be able to reflect the fact that we have about the same number of lieutenants if we were to promote these three. We used to have 12, I'll just give this example. We used to have 12 lieutenants. 3 of them were career, 9 of them were part-time. Give you 3 numbers, our mean, median, and mode of those that exist on the fire department as part-time employees. 3 years, 3 years, 2 years. Mean, median, mode of the amount of time that they put in. Typically within about 3 to 5 years, our part-time people are no longer with us. That's just the amount of time that they get. So to be able to make them a shift officer is asking a lot of somebody that doesn't necessarily have a lot of experience. And it's putting them into a supervisory position that they don't necessarily have the ability to fill. So what we did is we adjusted it. We have not promoted of the 9, there are 6 positions on the paid on premises side that are no longer filled, because we were anticipating putting these 3 career lieutenants in that position, and that hasn't happened yet. So what that's done with our span of control, we have 10 people reporting to 1 supervisor. And when you're dealing with a department that has people about 3 to 5 years, you're constantly training, and the shift officer is the one that's typically doing a lion's share of that work. And I've got 10 people reporting to 1 lieutenant, which is very difficult at best, and it's not necessarily setting us up for success. I do get the fact that there's a lot of things that go into a budget, and there's a lot of considerations that have to be made. I'm just educating you on the things that are happening in the fire department that we have to consider in the future. I've been looking at our recruitment numbers, and every year we have fewer and fewer people that are pulling the applications, fewer people that are being hired, and eventually fewer people that are making it through minimum skills and allowed to staff the vehicle. Of the 22 people that applied this year, 5 were hired, and 2 are now able to staff the vehicle. And that's just not something that's going to be sustainable over the long term. So I am trying to address some of those things, trying to get on top of the trends that are not just happening in the city of Fitchburg, but what's happening in the fire service, because if it's something that we can control on our level, we will. But if it's something that we're seeing across the board, we can't necessarily expect something that others have not experienced any success in either, because of the change of a workforce. And there's a number of different things that we can try, and these are conversations that I think that we need to have as a municipality and look at what kind of efficiencies can exist. To look at delivery models. If Fitch-Rona EMS as a EMS district is a successful option, is a fire EMS district an option? We need to look at all options. What I've found in my initial studies is that of career and combination fire departments, 74% of those departments are fire-based EMS. What does that mean? That means that they provide both fire and EMS. You could actually make the argument that it's EMS-based fire because of the way that things are dispatched. I've also found that of the municipalities in the state of Wisconsin that do not have fire-based EMS, that are career or combination, there's only 2 municipalities in Wisconsin that have more population than Fitchburg that don't have a combined service. That being Appleton, and Appleton's actually looking at a paramedic-based system to include transport, and Sun Prairie. And Sun Prairie is a fire district and a municipal EMS system. So it's exactly the opposite of what we have. We have a municipal fire department and an EMS district. So why do I bring all of this up? Because there's a lot of thought that goes into these requests. And it's been a 5-year project so far for me. I know that this effort needs to continue, and I need to involve as many people as I can to make the most logical, educated, and financially sustainable system. But I do think that we have options, and I think there are things that we can do to show improvements in service and financial well-being. So, I apologize for rambling. I know that that's a lot of information and not everything was really intended to be shared, but there's a limited amount of time when these things are introduced, and I wanted to just take advantage of the platform to provide some education and extend the invitation for people to reach out and ask questions. I will say this, our firefighters right now are working in many situations beyond their job description. And in the short term, that stuff, I mean, when it's the exception, it's manageable. When it's the expectation, it's exhausting. And so that's where we're at right now. We've got some people who really want to do what's right for the city, but there's only so much that can be done realistically when we have a lot of work to do.
Very good. I'll open it up for questions. Jim, go ahead. First question.
So, Joe, what is the percentage of EMS rescue calls you go on as opposed to actual fires?
I would say that most of our calls are EMS support at this point, either EMS support or EMS first response. That's the beautiful part about a tiered system, is the fact that we still have EMTs that are trained. And if we were ever a combined department, we could see the value of having advanced life support within the fire department to the point where those processes, those procedures could be delivered within the initial response. As far as where transport comes, that's important too, but not as important as that initial care, because you need to be able to evaluate your patient and provide the initial treatment options. That's what's ultimately going to sustain life and hopefully preventable death. So from a tiered response standpoint, I would say our percentage from an EMS standpoint is about 75. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but it is one of the things that will be part of my overall investigation, if you will, as far as what are we responding on, how are we helping, and how could that actually, how could that be improved from a shared responsibility standpoint?
Another question. So some of the duties you have for the division chief and other lieutenants and everything, could that be served by having a civilian do some of those things?
Yeah, no doubt. So in certain situations, what you need is to establish the bureau, and then with that bureau, you have the civilians underneath. I just talked to an assistant chief who is working as exactly that. They established their inspection and prevention bureau, and then underneath him, there are civilian building inspectors or fire inspectors, just going off of what his platform is. So the idea behind it is there are civilian positions underneath that individual, but typically there's still somebody at the leadership level that can answer as part of a sworn firefighter, who has the ability then to do things like cite and involve the municipal process.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Yes, Julia, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, I have a couple of questions. So, thank you, Chief, for the presentation. So I have some concern, and I want to ask you this question to you. So, do you have enough resources to handle the absorption of town of Madison? When I say resources, I mean more like staffing, pay on call. Do you have that?
So the staffing that we asked for with the town of Madison was not initially part of the mayor's budget. I think this firefighter that is provided in the budget assists with that, but it doesn't necessarily take into consideration the response element. It does take into consideration the inspection element, which will be helpful. We need to address things in respect to the entire staffing plan, which means that we need to look at how is our recruitment going? Are we going to be able to continue to staff our department at the ratio that we are, career to paid on premises? Or are we going to need to look at either a different delivery model or a different ratio? And we can take a look at things like our full-time equivalents and try to address that from a realistic standpoint as far as what the costs are. But then we will eventually have to address how many career folks we have because of the fact that we're going to find that we're receiving fewer and fewer interested participants in the application, interview, and training process. So from a town of Madison standpoint, it's a start. It's a start. We're not exactly where we need to be, but we haven't been where we need to be before the town of Madison.
Okay. So can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
So on page 3 or 4 in the department statistic, so in the 22 projected, total call for services, fire inspection, training hour, are you including the town of Madison?
It was considered as part of the increase. We're not getting the best information from either the city of Madison, who's responding there now, or the town of Madison's records as far as what they responded to. So what we have is a projection. We're actually, we're anticipating maybe a little bit more than that, but we did take it into consideration.
Okay. I have other questions. I don't know if
you still have the
someone
floor,
else has
Julia. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So let's talk about the pay on call and pay on promise, firefighter. So I was surprised to learn a couple of weeks ago how much we pay to those people. Can you explain the pay and how we compare to other municipalities? And you do think that this one, because of the low pay that we have, it could be a cause of the difficulty that we are having to recruit more of those?
Yeah, from what I've seen so far, I mean, pay has an impact. There's an incentive associated with pay. I think from a part-time standpoint, more of our employees are concerned about the work environment than they are the pay. Not that the pay isn't important and that we shouldn't stay on top of it, but typically our part-time employees are participating because of the fact that they like the environment that they're working in. And if we don't maintain that environment or we make it more difficult for them to stay, then that's where we see them leave. And what I mean by more difficult to stay, we have certain professional obligations when it comes to training. And if we want to maintain a professional workforce, there's certain things that they have to meet in the way of minimum training hours, which includes continuing education, medical training along with their fire training. And then we also require them to fill the seat a certain amount of time every month. And at some point, as either personal obligations, professional obligations, other than the fire department come into play, they find it increasingly difficult to maintain that standard that we have put forward. So we see people leaving not necessarily for pay as much as we see them leaving for the fact that they can't necessarily maintain their training or their experience hours. And we see another good portion of our people leave because they're getting jobs elsewhere on a full-time career level. And that's part of the work that we do. If we're going to have a paid on-premises workforce, we expect that some of those folks are going to leave us because of the fact that we've trained them to the point where they're marketable and they find jobs elsewhere where they can do it for a living.
Okay, can you tell me how much we are paying?
We pay upwards to, and from a firefighter standpoint, it goes up with officers. I think we're up to about 15 if they have all their certifications. I'll look at that.
Okay.
I think we start them out at right around $12.50 until they get more certifications, and as they get more certifications, they're paid additional per hour based on the training that they have.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes, we do have other questions as well, so please ask your follow-up. Go ahead.
So how do we adjust this pay-on-call hourly fee? Do we adjust it every year with a standard of living adjustment or no?
We haven't adjusted it with the cost of living increases. What we've done in the past is we revisit it every so often, and that's usually at the pleasure of the mayor. I mean, it's something that we have to suggest, but ultimately needs to be approved through the budget process.
Okay, but it's something that you will be open to, that we set up like a schedule, like an adjustment?
I mean, I would be open to it, but I'd want to have that discussion with Misty to see what kind of impact that has.
Just to follow up, earlier you mentioned there just isn't enough time, or I don't know if that's correct, but to meet all of the standards that are required for a part-time, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that kind of an inherent problem throughout the entire industry, or is that just here in Fitchburg?
So one of the things that we try to do is address the minimum standard and go above that as it pertains to things that are directly involved with the responses that we will see here in the city of Fitchburg. The minimum standards for training in the state of Wisconsin are not very good because of the fact that most of the smaller cities require volunteer firefighters. Volunteer firefighters maybe respond to a handful of calls a year, and this isn't, I'm overgeneralizing, right? This isn't every single volunteer fire department, but the smaller departments that maybe have 200, 300, 400 calls a year, it's easier to manage because of the fact that they're not always in the fire station. They're responding a few times a year, and then they're maintaining their minimum hours, which is typically a couple of hours a month. So from that standpoint, we hold them to a higher standard because of the fact that we're in a different setting and we respond to more calls. And with that, the setting that we're in requires a deeper dive when it comes to training. we need to know that they're on top of their game because of the fact that we're not just responding in the city of Fitchburg, we're responding to our neighbors. And our neighbors respect the training that we put into our firefighters. We respond to the city of Madison, right, on occasion, and that's one of those things where you want to be held to the same standard as your career professional counterparts.
All right, thank you. I think, Dave, you have a question? Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Chief, I take great offense to that. I feel the game plan in Wisconsin has been, over the years, we were a volunteer department. We got a few full-time, and the goal is to have all full-time employees. That's been the game plan. This training, they don't have this issue in Middleton. I think they're fired, the part-time are felt welcome, and they're not placing obstacles in front of them. My comment would be to you, if you want to add more staff, then get more, figure it out. And you know, I hear this training thing all the time. Well, I think that's set up strictly to drive the part-time people away. You don't want them, so you can have a full-time staff of professional firefighters. And I see it, Middleton doesn't have this issue. You know, I think this is obstacles put in place to get rid of them. And I have great offense at, you know, I can't tell you how offended I am by that. And I think you need to find a way to make it, you know, that's your job, your charge. Find a way to make this attractive and manage that. I think all the training things, those are put in there just to drive these people out. So that's all. I'm getting off my soapbox. I'm a little mad about this.
Ren, if I may, just with that, I actually I feel bad that you take offense to that, because if you knew my position on part-time and volunteer firefighters, I came from a volunteer workforce. I am not a hypocrite when it comes to the fire service. Our paid on premises firefighters are the soul of our department. They are the people who are there for all the right reasons, and they are there as a neighbor helping a neighbor. It's exactly what I got into the fire service for. I do not want to drive away our paid on premises workforce. I want to keep them as long as I possibly can. But in order to keep them, they need to cross through the door on a threshold. As far as the city of Middleton, we've had several Middleton firefighters come to the city of Fitchburg because of the fact that the working model that they have is different and doesn't necessarily reflect the reality of response. And I don't want to necessarily get into the middle of how they respond to their fires. That's a choice that each municipality can make on their own. It's not necessarily the best response model, and it will not necessarily serve the city of Fitchburg very well. We will do everything. Dave, I tell you, I can guarantee you this. I will keep paid on premises firefighters on staff for as long as I possibly can. I love the work that they do, and we are very fortunate to have them on the department. I will not drive them away because of the fact that they are exactly the backbone of the fire service, and it's how I got started. So I
thank you. I absolutely believe you, Chief. I'm not saying it's you chasing them away. You know, do the deep dive. Thank you. I appreciate your response.
Additional questions? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Chief.
Yeah, thank you.
We appreciate your time.
Thanks for the time.
Moving on to the next item on the agenda, police. And I believe Chad will address the police and possibly hand it off. But
yeah, so prior to my transition to city administrator, I was responsible for putting together this budget and felt like it would make the most sense for me to do the presentation. But obviously I have invited, or actually I haven't invited, Interim Police Chief Matt Leahy is also in attendance and will certainly weigh in on anything where he sees fit, or if you have specific questions that he may be better to answer now that he's in that interim police chief role. But before I get into the budget presentation, I don't want to take a lot of time for this, But I do want to recognize all of the work that our police department has been doing, not just in the last week, but they've had certainly a challenging week to say the least, but a challenging month with a lot of critical incidents and very challenging investigations. And just want to express our appreciation for their dedication, sacrifice, and commitment to keeping our community safe and responding to those very challenging situations. So transitioning to the budget, significant accomplishments for 2021. Were a couple noted here. We moved to incident-based crime reporting. We transitioned away from uniform crime reporting, which had been the FBI standard for decades, to incident-based crime reporting. Incident-based crime reporting is a more accurate reflection of the crime that is occurring in communities, and is now the standard that the FBI is utilizing. So what you are likely to see as we transition to incident-based crime reporting is an increase in overall criminal activity is more likely. And I'll explain why that is. In the past, under UCR, if we went to an incident that had a robbery, a battery, and a damage to property, we would report the robbery as the most significant offense. That was the guidelines and the parameters of that particular program. And under incident-based reporting, we would now report the robbery, the battery, and the damage to property. So that would have 3 criminal acts reported versus just 1 in the new reporting method. We also have continued to revise our policy and procedure manual. Matt has been leading the department's efforts in updating our policy and procedure manual with the assistance of Lexipol. That is the vendor that the council approved us to transition to at the end, towards the fall of 2019. And we continue to address several space needs related issues throughout 2021. We've reconfigured the police department in about as many different ways over the last 20 years as we possibly can. And we are hopeful to have those needs addressed on a longer term basis coming up very soon. New initiatives for 2022 include the desire to implement neighborhood resource officers into the community. That's something that we had years ago. We had to go away from those in order to respond to call for service volume. We still have an existing call for service volume need that is going to be necessary for a response to, but we also believe that the implementation of neighborhood resource officers allows us to again, build deeper relationships within the community and more specifically neighborhoods, and also allows us to solve problems more efficiently and quickly by working cooperatively with our residents and business owners. And the other advantage of having neighborhood resource officers is it does give our department members an opportunity to branch out into other duties and job assignments versus strictly responding to calls for service. So we do view it as a potential recruitment and retention opportunity as well. Obviously, much like all city departments, we'll begin to provide services to the town of Madison in 2022, and we'll continue to be preparing for that ultimate absorption and provision of police services. And then finally, of course, depending upon the budget process, currently the budget indicates that we would begin planning for a new police facility in 2022. Significant changes as it relates to the budget. I am using Misty's screen. I can go to mine if you'd like, Misty, but it's hard for me to follow where you're at. So we have the Beat Patrol grant, which the department had received for the previous 5 years in the amount of $121,000. That is a grant that has been provided by the Wisconsin Department of Justice, and we were receiving that grant as one of the cities, top 10 cities with 25,000 or more in population based upon our crime rates. It's certainly not a grant that we wanted to qualify for by any stretch of the imagination, but it did allow us to hire 2 additional police officers, at least partially funded utilizing that grant money. We are no longer eligible for that grant beginning in 2022. We think we've dropped out of the top 10. My recollection serves me correct. We're right around 15 at this point in time. We did increase the budget about $16,500 for the Lexapol training policy and procedure maintenance and support. Once we get that manual updated, this dollar amount will be necessary in order to have the Lexapol resources available to us to provide regular updates to that policy, keep track of any legislative changes, and obviously keep us informed of better practices in policing and how we can potentially look to implement those into our policies. Also, it's important to note in that inclusion of that $16,000 are regular training bulletins that will be provided by the vendor and provided to our staff to ensure that they are up to date and staying current with their understanding and application of department policy. We moved $77,000 from the operating budget to the capital project budget now that we're going to be continuing to purchase squad cars rather than lease them. We also added $4,400 for the replacement of ballistic vests. That number varies by year based upon the number of vests that come up for expiration. Those are I guess the lifespan by the manufacturer is 5 years, so that will vary based upon how many vests come up in any given year. We increased our travel and training by about $8,300. One large portion of that, or about about 1/3 of that money, was a restoration of the money that had been reduced due to COVID and out-of-state travel restrictions. And then we added about $5,000 with earmarking specifically diversity and equity training for staff. We decreased squad buyouts from our prior lease year by $16,000. Again, that's one of those based upon squad cars coming off lease. We are buying them. There are less squad cars to purchase off of lease next year than there were this year. Increasing vehicle maintenance by $6,500. That's obviously we're going to have to assume more of the maintenance costs related to owning the cars. We did have maintenance included in our leases prior to this, so we anticipate additional costs associated with maintaining the vehicles. On a side note, we do support exploring use of the city mechanic and moving our maintenance and general repair needs to the city. Obviously, we recognize they do not currently have the capacity to take that on, but we do think it's worthwhile to explore. I've had preliminary conversations with Bill Balke, who's taken a look at some of our repair costs, and minimally, we estimate we should be probably able to save as much as 50%, particularly on parts, as it relates to vehicle repairs. So I think there's a possibility there for some more efficiencies with city funds. We are looking to, with this budget, establish a small equipment replacement fund at approximately $20,000 a year. That would cover routine equipment replacements, which would be similar to how we replace our cars, i.e. a certain amount of money would be placed into that account annually based upon the number of items that we would be replacing out of that account and on the replacement schedule that those items would be needing to be replaced. We've also requested 2 additional police officers, which have been included in the budget. Was there anything? There was a couple more bullet points there, I thought, Misty. They were all staffing related. So I will transition to the new staffing proposals. First one being the 2 additional police officers, which have been included in Mayor Richardson's budget. Largely, these positions requested were a result of the town of Madison, although there are existing staffing needs for Fitchburg as it exists today prior to the absorption of the town of Madison. That historically, our department has been staffed at around 1.8 officers per 1,000, and we are trending in a declining direction. I don't have that exact number on the top of my head, but it has been transitioning much closer to 1.7 the last several years due to the growth in the city of Fitchburg itself. So we have done a preliminary assessment of calls for service in the town of Madison. We believe that approximately our call for service volume is going to increase approximately 10%. We did not request a full 10% of our current sworn staff. That would have been more than 5 sworn positions. We still elected to keep our request reasonable to what we felt would at least meet minimum needs. And unfortunately, we weren't able to get all of those funded at this point in time. So ultimately, these officers will be utilized with a desire to begin to implement that neighborhood resource officer program. So these 2 positions can be utilized for that. Moving on to the other requests that we had, we also requested 2 sergeant positions. The first one being a sergeant of the Detective Bureau. There were 3 primary reasons why this position was requested. First and foremost, this sergeant would focus on the day-to-day supervision and leadership of the Detective Bureau. They would be responsible for the time-consuming duties of screening reports, reading reports, assigning cases to detectives, and then obviously managing caseload and ensuring that the follow-up is conducted. The second reason why we would like to add this position is that by adding this position, it would allow the support services lieutenant more time to focus on administrative level functions, command staff level functions. Some of those functions could include leading, coordinating, and or assisting with additional community outreach efforts. We do think that the pandemic has certainly hampered our ability to do outreach efforts. I think that it's important for our department to begin to bring those outreach efforts back into play. I think you saw that with a picnic, neighborhood picnic up on Traceway Drive back in August. But I think more of that is necessary, particularly in order to ensure trust and relationship building within our community. That lieutenant could also be used to help support additional accountability measures. I think we've certainly seen in the last year plus the emphasis that our society and community, rightfully so, puts on accountability for its police officers. And we have historically done a good job of ensuring accountability, but with increasing demands from our community, and again, understandable demands, I do think it's important to have the capacity to continue to ensure that we're staying on top of our accountability responsibilities. And then finally, the department does have a desire to pursue accreditation. In estimates with departments who have been accredited, they estimate about three quarters of a full-time position is spent on the initial accreditation efforts, and as much as half of a full-time position is spent on maintaining those accreditation criteria. So this sergeant position is one that is critically needed in order to allow that accreditation to happen, and we hope to begin that. Perhaps that'd be ultimately the new chief's decision as far as timing goes, but ideally that would begin in about 2023. So one of the other things that this position would do is it would allow our existing sergeants the opportunity to rotate into this assignment. That's how this is currently structured. So a sergeant could spend, say, a 2-year period, 3-year period in this role where they would get to learn an entirely new skill set. It would keep them fresh. It would also sharpen their skills. And then if and when they rotate back to a patrol assignment, a patrol supervisory assignment, they would have a much higher level of skills and abilities as it relates to investigations that they can then take back as they respond to incidents happening on the street, and also help convey that information to the police officers that may be doing the initial investigations. Again, we think this is a very valuable tool for our sergeants to one, make them better, and two, provide some continuity of leadership development there, in that their skill set is broadening and would make them more well-rounded as they could potentially consider moving into command staff roles at the lieutenant rank and above. The next proposal was a day shift sergeant position, patrol sergeant. The department currently has 8 sergeants assigned to patrol responsibilities. 3 of them are assigned to the third shift, which is 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. 3 of them are assigned to 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. and 2 of them are assigned to 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. You can probably understand why we have assigned them how we have assigned them. Typically there are some command staff members around during the daytime to help provide assistance to the patrol staff and or cover for vacancies in sergeant ranks. However, that doesn't come without a cost to those command staff members who are supplementing that coverage. That's taking them away from their administrative and command staff responsibilities and duties. They're not out on the street as much as the sergeant would be, which then leads to a disservice to the officers who may need more immediate response and awareness from a field supervisor. The other thing that would be important for this is that we don't currently staff a sergeant 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We do have mandatory coverage from 3 p.m. to 7 a.m. 7 days a week, but we do not have mandatory coverage from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., largely because we don't have 3 sergeants assigned to that shift. So we do have a handful of shifts a month where there may not be a sergeant assigned or a command staff member working, largely on weekends, when a sergeant may be on a regular day off and the second sergeant has taken a vacation day or had to call in sick or whatever the case may be. And clearly, you can look in the proposal as to some of the reasons why it's important to have that first level supervision. The sergeants are what really makes the work happen to a certain extent. Clearly, the officers can do their thing without a sergeant. There's no doubt about that. But the sergeant is really that first point of contact when you're talking about formal department leadership, and it's important to have them around as regularly and frequently and quite honestly 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It does provide that supervision that's needed. It does help supplement presence in our community and visibility. While they may not have primary call-taking responsibilities, they can certainly help in times where it's busy. And then also that visibility can help from a deterrence standpoint as well. And then you certainly talk about the liability that can be associated with those positions and wanting to have them in there. And then finally, on that, that workload distribution is important. The sergeants that are on the day shift, those 2 sergeants are responsible for more people and oversight of more people than those on the day or on the second and third shift, and looking to bring some equity into those assignments. And then the last staffing proposal that was also included in the mayor's budget 3 years ago, when we did the last contract with the police union, we added a rotating follow-up assignment position that it would be available for a police officer to move into for an extended period of time, likely, probably 1 or more years, probably 1 to 2 years is what has been talked about. And this position had not been funded in the last couple of budgets. We had not requested it to be funded. We had really planned on potentially just using some salary savings. But in talking with Misty, we didn't feel that was a viable strategy to use long-term, and felt that it would be best to just budget for this position as a new proposal and have that position in there. So what this position would allow us to do is a couple of things. We currently have 5 detectives, and as you've been reading in the news lately, those detectives are certainly beyond capacity without a doubt. And I'm not here to suggest that this one position is going to, miraculously put us back within our capacity constraints, but it will at least help ease some burden on our existing detective bureau members by assigning a police officer to a follow-up setting. And one of the other advantages of this is we do view this as also another opportunity for skill building for officers. It's an opportunity for them to potentially try to be, experience being a detective, determine if that's a career path that they would like to pursue long-term, or if, it's something they get in and they're like, this isn't something that I'm interested in doing for a long period of time. Or it could be something that allows an officer, much like a neighborhood resource officer position, to rotate into for that, say, a 2-year period, takes them out of their call-taking responsibilities, again, just kind of refreshes and re-energizes them, and then perhaps they return back to patrol, but then can take all of those skills that they learned with them. So again, we think this is a potential recruitment and retention piece also. So with that, I think I've probably talked more than enough. I guess I should mention, this is classic me, Matt will probably nod his head when I say this. I should mention one more thing. The shared social worker position that has also been included in the mayor's budget. We talked about that last night. I shared some brief comments about it last night, but I do feel that position is very valuable without a doubt. I think that we'll be fine in attracting candidates to that position. Personally, I think that there's certainly going to be a percentage of social worker applicants who are interested in the variety that position will bring. And I think that there is an opportunity for us to provide better service to our community, potentially reduce some of the workload on our existing police officers, and improve what I believe to be an already good working relationship through communication and collaboration with the senior center, but certainly looks to improve that as well. And again, with the ultimate goal of improving the services that we're providing to our community. Anything to add on anything, Matt?
No, Chad, I think you covered it quite well as usual. One of the things I did want to touch upon on the social worker position with the senior center, while I anticipate there could be some improvement in services, reduction in our overall workload might not be as significant. However, I think it being a catalyst for other community resources that are available that typically don't get tapped in certain situations might be the greater benefit regarding the social worker position. Many times those responsibilities or those expectations are placed on the police department through follow-up. However, having a social worker in that sense might be a much more efficient way to get the resources to the people that need it in a much more timely fashion, as opposed to expecting police officers or detectives who are already expected to do even more, which will benefit the community, in my opinion.
Very good. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Matt. I'll open it up to questions, discussion. Jim Wheeler, go ahead.
I have a few questions, Chad. What is the average caseload per detective right now?
I don't know as though I can answer our average caseload for Detective Matt. I don't know if you can. I mean, I think that it's safe to say that historically they've probably operated with as many as 20 cases at any given time.
The next question I have, are officers getting the time off they need?
Well,
so Chad, I'll answer that.
There you go.
I'll answer that one. Obviously, contractually, officers are able to have up to 4 officers off on any given day. With the current staffing level that we do have, which we're have been anywhere between 7 to 8 officers down this summer, July and August specifically. They haven't probably been able to achieve the 5th or 6th off on a given day, keeping at least 5 officers working. So they're contractually able to get the time off, but their increased workload through overtime shifts have increased due to the decreased staffing in the police department currently.
I'm glad you brought up overtime. So when officers are assigned overtime, is it voluntary or is it they're ordered to do overtime?
It could be a variety of both. There are some officers that will voluntarily take the overtime. There are situations where there's short-term vacancies where sergeants or command staff have no other option but to order in officers to cover those shifts, and those shift lengths can vary between 15 minutes and 4-hour shifts. During a critical incident, which we've unfortunately experienced lately, that could be anywhere between 5 to 7 hours beyond their shift. So it varies. I know in the months of July and August, there were approximately 50 order-in shifts for officers in those respective months.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from council? Yes, Julia, you have the floor.
So this question is for Matt. Matt, the neighborhood resource officer is similar to the community policing.
Yeah, that's correct. It would be a much more focused. We've termed it the neighborhood engagement officer, whereas a lot of times there could be this misunderstanding that those neighborhood resource officers are only going to be responding reactively to situations in the neighborhood. However, our desire is to have those officers actively engaging with community stakeholders to take some of the responsibilities that we currently have placed on officers now through our district policing, and to have it much more focused and much more extensive to identify those problems, to work with community stakeholders, to really build those levels of communication up, especially coming into a year where we are going to be moving into a new part of a city that's not familiar with our police department, and that it's going to be imperative that we place a heavy emphasis on the Southdale district, Southdale neighborhood, to really make those inroads, to have much more success when engaging with those citizens.
Julie, you still have the floor. Go ahead.
So this is for Matt too. So regarding the Southdale neighborhood, these 2 new officers that they are approved in the mayor's proposed budget, are these police officers going to be allocated to that area of the city?
No, so the idea behind the 2 officers that we've requested is when we are fully staffed, and we're currently have 5 officers or 4 officers in the academy, 1 officer that's currently in field training, and we're hopefully going to go through a hiring process in which we hire 3 officers, because we are currently technically one officer down in our staffing. Once we're fully staffed, the idea behind the 2 additional patrol officers is to get our staffing to a level where we can make a commitment towards the neighborhood engagement and support team, which will not only be assigned to the Southdale district, but also the Jamestown, Belmar area, as well as the North neighborhood. They would collectively or collaboratively work as a team, whether it be 2 officers, whether it be 3 officers. Hopefully we can grow it to a manageable number of officers on this team, where they would be actively engaging all of our neighborhoods to identify those problems and work with those stakeholders. So it wouldn't be a Southdale neighborhood specific team.
Julie, if I may,
Yes.
the intent would be is to deploy those officers in the neighborhoods aligned with the HNI, Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative.
Okay, but the other thing that I want to be sure that we are hiring this extra 2 police officers because we are getting the town of Madison, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. The 2 officers, it's a multifaceted approach on these 2 officers. We need to get the staffing to a level where it's adequate, where we can just successfully take on calls for service in the town of Madison, but we also need to get it to a point, staffing level, where we can start branching off new initiatives within the police department, which is part of the struggle for a lot of officers that we currently have, is the lack of overall assignments that they have, or a lack of overall options that they have. Currently, we have officer or supervisor or detective. And once all of those positions are filled in the police department, there's very little room for growth once somebody gets promoted to a sergeant or somebody gets promoted to detective. So those officers are sitting, I don't want to say stagnant, but their tasks or their duties or their opportunities are very limited. So we want to get to an opportunity to get to a staffing level where we can dedicate those officers to those special assignments, so they're not necessarily responsible for calls for service. Eventually get to a point where we can have a traffic team or other, as well as the follow-up officer that we have been approved in this budget.
One of the common things we hear when people seek employment with larger departments is the diversity of opportunity. And this is one way in which not only can we provide additional service to the community and increase our capacity to respond to calls for service related to the town of Madison, but also, again, as I mentioned earlier, that recruitment and retention piece.
Go ahead, Jim, go ahead, you have a question.
So either Matt or Chad, I just want to be clear on one thing. So these nest officers, is it just going to be one officer that's going to be servicing Southdale, Jamestown, and also Post Traceway? Or are you going to have 2 officers doing that?
So ideally what we would start with, Jim, is we would start with 2 officers on this team of the support team. And they would essentially float throughout the city. You couldn't necessarily have just one officer working in one neighborhood, especially from, in my opinion, from the inception of this team. You would have to have a collaborative effort between those 2 officers to work within all of the neighborhoods identified in the Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative. So we don't necessarily want to say that only one officer is going to be working in Southdale, one officer is going to be working in Post, or the North neighborhood, or Jamestown. They're going to be floating throughout the city and working to identify and solve some of these ongoing community problems, community concerns.
Follow-up?
Sure, go ahead with the follow-up.
Okay, then am I missing something? Because what about the Southdale neighborhood? Are we increasing officer staffing for that neighborhood? Because my impression of the nest officers that they can't be taking 911 calls if they're going to be engaged with the community. So are we accounting for those extra 1,500 people that's going to be in Southdale?
Yeah, we are accounting for them. This request, these 2 additional officers, will be added to our current level of staffing. I think what we need to look at is we're not necessarily taking these 2 officers, whoever we're hiring, we're also adding to our current level of, I believe, 35 sworn officers. We're going now up to 37, which will give us the ability to not only increase our overall staffing levels, or it'll allow us to respond to calls for service with the 35 officers that we currently have, and then also allow us to take those 2 officers and focus them in on those community, more community focused work to respond to community problems.
Okay, thanks.
Julia, you have the floor. Go
Yes,
ahead.
this question is for Matt. Matt, you mentioned that you are very involved with the manual, the training and procedure with Lexipol. So my question is, we approved this contract like in August, September last year.
Correct.
It passed a year, so the council hasn't, we haven't seen any update or feedback or result. Do you have any idea when we are going to see something about this?
So, Julio, that's a good question. One of the things that kind of slowed down the process this year is if there, I believe a chief of police needs to have his or her thumbprint on the policies within Lexipol. And once Chad took his position as city administrator, I knew that I was not going to be the chief of police for the Fitchburg Police Department. So therefore, we're still reviewing and updating the policies. However, I think there are a variety of policies within the Lexipol manual. There's a variety of policies which within any police department that I believe really need the consultation of the chief of police. And therefore I chose to slow down the process so that now that once we got a new chief of police hired, that they would have the opportunity to review those policies to ensure that they're in line with their own thoughts and feelings about how a police department should be run.
So, okay. I have another question.
Gabriella had a question as well. So, Gabriella, go ahead.
Julia can keep the floor. If she wants to.
All right, continue on, Julia.
Okay, thank you, Gabriela. One of the, in page 319 on significant budget changes, there is something new here. This establish a small equipment replacement fund at $20,000 for routine equipment replacement, similar to the equipment replacement fund in the CIP. So can you give me an example? What are those routine equipment, and why do we need to have another replacement fund, and we cannot add this in the replacement fund that we already have allocated in the CIP? This is for you, Matt.
I'm going to let Chad take this one because this was kind of his development. I'll of course help him if he needs it.
Yeah, so the purpose of this account is to, again, try to take out those peaks and valleys in funding requests. For instance, we had over $50,000 in small equipment. I shouldn't say small, but equipment that was requested to be replaced in the 2022 budget that once replaced could certainly then roll into this sort of replacement account in order to help smooth it out. So for instance, things like radar units could come out of this account, ballistic helmets and ballistic rifle plates that we put in each patrol vehicle, or actually really each police vehicle for response to critical incidents and active shooter type situations. Firearms that are needed to be replaced at the end of their recommended lifespan. I'm trying to think what other things. I think we might have had some speed display boards in there as well. Basically, that miscellaneous equipment that we have to replace when its life is up. This would allow us to have that funding available and not come back and say we need 50,000 this year and we need 25,000 this year and then we need 75,000 the third year as examples. So this is a way to get that request more evened out so that you don't see the fluctuations as it relates to equipment replacement.
Julia, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the answer, but I am concerned about this because you want to make this permanent, and also if you start doing that, what happened with the other department? Then maybe they are going to come back and say we want to have the same replacement. You know what I mean? So I will prefer particularly to see the peaks and to see what we are buying and approving than to have like this replacement fund that how do we know the accountability of how you're using the funds? And so my question is, I am concerned about opening the door that this one is going to be a regular practice for every department if we start doing this. You have another fund account here, is it 340, that is the operating material and supply. So I like to see this because I can see exactly how you're spending the money, in which item. I am concerned that if we bring this replacement fund and give you like a blank check for $20,000 every year, so how do we know how you are spending the money? So it's more like I understand that there are peaks and you have some year that you need more of, you need to replace some small equipment, but I would like to see it more like coming in the budget, like an item, not like this replacement fund that it will be permanent in the budget. And how do we know how you are spending that money?
Sure, I'd be happy to answer that.
You know what I mean? So
I'll be happy to answer that.
So that's it.
So I think the city has certainly already opened the door and pursued these sorts of accounts as what it's determined to be appropriate financial management. And all of the purchasing requirements that the city has in place would still apply as they would for this account, as they would any other account. So for instance, anything less than $5,000, we would have to obtain 3 quotes to ensure that we're getting the best price for we can make that purchase without the 3 quotes less than $5,000. Above $5,000, we'd have to have the 3 quotes. Certainly, if it goes above $25,000, we'd have to have requests for proposals and those sorts of things. All of those purchases are reviewed. Obviously, certain thresholds require pre-approvals before the purchases are even made. And then those all purchases are reviewed by their respective departments and then ultimately by finance to ensure that they are appropriate and within budget. And then they're forwarded to the city administrator for one last review. So I think the city has put in a number of measures to ensure that it's utilizing its funds appropriately and as they were designed to. I certainly can recognize, your position and your potential for concern there, but I think the oversight exists, and I don't think this sort of account would have been supported by our finance director if they didn't feel that there were adequate controls in place already and policies in place.
Misty, yes, you have the floor, Misty.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, there's actually a couple other steps after where Chad kind of left off, where every check that the city writes and every P-card transaction also goes to the finance committee and to council, and so the public sees all of those purchases there as well. So that transparency, that double check, that accountability is all maintained both within our staff, but also within the public. And then Julia, you also made a comment about what door this opens for other departments. In the IT budget, we already have the same kind of thing set up with the computer replacements. So there's a lump amount that they budget each year for computer replacements. They have a schedule of who gets what each year, but that kind of strategy is already employed there.
Yeah, so I want to make a follow-up question. I know what are the system that the system and procedure that the city has in place for purchasing. So I know that. So I don't have any concern about that. My concern is open the door that then every department is going to come in the future budget requesting to have a small replacement fund that is going to be permanent in the budget. This is the way we start adding more stuff to the budget, and I have a concern about that.
Is that a question or addressed to Misty, Chad, Matt, or just a comment?
It was a comment.
Okay, thank you.
A follow-up comment.
Thank you. Gabriella, you have a question?
Yeah, I have a couple, if that's okay.
Yes.
First is in regards to the social worker half-time position, does the department leadership consider this a pilot that could potentially expand into a full-time social worker position in the department? Or is this, I'm curious what the thought is about the long-term, health of this type of idea.
Well, I think when the senior center, Jill and I and Lieutenant Hartwick spoke about this particular position, I think our intention all along was to make this more of a pilot program. Will there be a potential benefit that we would love to see a full-time position? Absolutely. But I think we need to temper our expectations of what it's going to look like. Is it going to be a 1-year pilot, a 2-year, 3-year pilot program to get all the expectations locked down? Probably, but eventually would the police department love a full-time public safety social worker? I think we would be silly not to have that desire eventually. But I think this is a good start. It's a good platform to utilize. It's a good department to start this social worker in, and work collaboratively with them to see where we can benefit from a department standpoint and from a community standpoint.
Awesome, thanks. And then my other question, which I'm going to direct to Chad just as a last hurrah, I just want you to comment on when you think we're going to get a hybrid police squad car and if it's going to happen in 2022, or does Matt want to take it?
Yeah, no, I'll take that one. This is just projecting it into the next month. For our administrative vehicle, we're going to present a referral to purchase an administrative hybrid police interceptor. We're going to outfit it as our intention, however, is to outfit it as an administrative vehicle for testing and evaluation to see how the performance of that vehicle is and the applicability to start adding some hybrid vehicles to our patrol fleet. So you'll look for a referral probably towards the end of this month. There is obviously a cost to it, which there always is. So look forward to that one.
Yeah. Oh, and we have the hybrid electric vehicle fund, so that's there for your use.
That's where the cost is going to come from.
Okay, awesome. I'm really excited to hear that. Thanks.
Any other additional questions? Okay, hearing none. Thank you very much, Chad. Matt, appreciate your time. Moving on to our next agenda item, and that's with Public Works and Bill. Is Bill online? He is. Go ahead, Bill. The floor is yours.
Let's see, start video here too. Oh, good evening. and thanks for waiting. It's been a challenging year for us over here in Public Works, trying to get everything done, especially with COVID and we've had to replace a few staff people. We had retirements, some long-term retirements. So training new staff and trying to pick up the pieces when they leave and provide that transition. So what our budget here reflects tonight is it really reflects on the hardworking staff that we have, the projects that we're ongoing, the looking to the future, maintenance, trying to stretch the dollar as far as we can, being creative, but also, like I mentioned, looking to the future for how we can improve and be sustainable. So some significant accomplishments in Public Works. Our staff are very talented. They built the fire station headquarters retaining walls that you see out there. They also did a lot of grading for the Seminole Village Pond that was done all by our staff. We're all over the place doing landscaping, maintenance, digging holes, repairing things. So we're all busy with those areas within Public Works. We assisted with the pickleball, with the bidding construction and the inspection of that. So those are up and going. It's a great facility that has been used throughout the community. I take a walk by there several times a week, and there's always people in there using those courts. So it's a great asset to the city that we helped get going with that. We did purchase a couple of dump trucks this year for our upcoming snow fighting season. Fish Hatchery Road, and we're going to be taking over the maintenance of that starting in November. And then we've got the town of Madison next year, later in the year, that we advanced the purchase of that vehicle so that we could take advantage of some cost savings with multiple vehicles and taking advantage of last year's or this year's prices. So we were able to do that. We also purchased a new street sweeper. We have over $60 million of public design in projects under construction with purchasing contracts. So we're busy with spending money as well. And we assisted in the application of several county, state, and federal grants, which we were successful in some of those awards as well. We're always busy overseeing development. In addition to all the duties that our engineering staff is doing specifically with sewer, water, refuse, stormwater. We're also assigned a couple of subdivisions in which they inspect, project manage as well. So some of those subdivisions are listed there that we've done this year that we assisted with those projects. We assisted with the development reviews of a lot of subdivisions as well. And we coordinated context sensitive design for major corridor projects such as Lacey Road and the South Saline Road project. That project, when I say context sensitive design, I just mean we're taking into a lot of account what the neighbors, the community needs are. We took in, the environmental concerns. We took into account parking, traffic, bike. There are a lot of considerations that go into those designs. So we spent a lot of time doing a lot of community outreach in those areas and getting consensus so that we can have a great design for the community for now and the future. That's this year. Looking ahead for next year, we've got quite a bit of things coming up that I'd like to introduce, as new goals to look forward to. We need to get a handle on our pavement marking systems. So we set up a program in which we're going to be installing about 20% of the pavement lines, renewing those every year so that we can make sure that our traffic is flowing safely in the community. We got some data from Mandalay Communication, which they went out and they used radar detection and infrared detection to survey all of our streets and paths through the community and assign a pavement condition index. So that we'll have an objective data for each path and each street so we can judge those relative to each other for severity and how we're going to replace and maintain those streets. We're looking to purchase a new lift for our maintenance facility well, it's a new one to replace an existing one for our maintenance facility. And then that would be the heavy equipment lift. We're not going forward with the new vehicle lift maintenance, which would be incorporated when we look at doing the police vehicle maintenance. We're going to spend 2022 looking at how efficiently we can provide those services to the police department and all our city fleet, and what it would finally take to be able to perform those services for the city. Right now, we don't have enough capacity to do the police department equipment, but we are going to be studying that further to see where our cost savings are going to be. And if it's viable, we'll be proposing that in the 2023 budget, along with the equipment and staffing that goes with that. We need to secure some bids to either replace or recondition our self-storage facility. So we'll be getting that finished. We're going to be gathering some data along Fish Hatchery Road, McKee Road, to make sure that our traffic can flow efficiently. So we've got some money in the budget for that, to gather the data and then analyze the data so that we can reprogram traffic signals to maximize the amount of traffic that we can get through those corridors. We're going to be completing the first phase of the retroreflectivity replacement program. We've decided all of the signs that traffic signs you see in the city have a life expectancy on those of between 7 and 10 years. So what we're doing is we've divided the city up into approximately 11 areas, I think it is, and replacing between 1/8 and 1/11 of all of the signs within the city to meet the reflectivity requirements that's required. We're going to be researching asset management work assignment systems to leverage data and report to department metrics to everybody, because it's important to know what we're doing and where we're spending our time, and so that we can, prioritize policy decisions based upon data as to how important those are to the community, the alders, policy, administration, and staff. So we're looking to do some more research on that. We're looking to increase our staff-led pavement patching by about 5% this year. So our staff has a paver that we use for small patches, and we're trying to get the most life out of our pavements. So as they age, we end up doing more and more patching, and to try to make them last a little bit longer. And so we're increasing the budget to reflect that. And updating and implementing our public works safety program is important, that we all are safety conscious. It's the first thing we should think of when we walk into work, and and it shouldn't be, a program that people are afraid of. It should be a culture that we're all looking out for each other. And that's something that I really want to make sure that we're on board with going into 2022. We want to ensure all of our public works staff have the recommended FEMA National Incident Management System training. It's required by emergency management. We're working with the emergency management director on that to make sure that all those requirements are met, and we'll be doing that training in 2022. And then assisting with the hub design and the construction oversight is another project that we have coming up for next year that we'll be having some involvement with to assist with planning and parks department. The general increases that we had for next year in this budget are, we reconciled some per diems for the Traffic and Transportation and Transit Commission. We increased our electrical costs by about $12,000 for new street lights and traffic signals that we'll be installing in 2022. We increased our computer-related expense for traffic modeling software, as I had mentioned, for the McKee Road, Fish Hatchery Road corridors, and also purchased some diagnostic maintenance software for our fleets of dump trucks and existing fleet vehicles. We're adding $400 for traffic safety education and outreach. You know, those could be, you know, in the form of signs or radar or public outreach events where we need a little bit of money for maybe some pizza or something to get some neighborhood involvement. So we put a little bit of money in there for that. We also have an increase of about $7,000 to account for tools in the maintenance budget. We don't have a dedicated set of tools for our vehicle maintenance, and everybody kind of shares the wrench, and sometimes you need a 3/4 inch wrench and it's out on the job somewhere else. So we're looking to invest in a toolbox as well as tool management systems so that we can make sure that all the tools that we buy stay in the shop and they're there for the maintenance person to be using. We're increasing our communication expense about $1,500. There's a reprogramming issue that we have with our current radios that drop coverage throughout the community, and this is working with General Communication. They found the way to reprogram those, and so it's kind of annoying when you're driving through town and you can't talk to somebody across town about issues. So it does help out. It's going to help out our safety and emergency management throughout the community. We're decreasing our road salt by about 1,000 tons this year to empty out the salt shed so that we can do the repairs next year early in the spring or through the summer. And then we are anticipating the full load for 2023. So it's a one-time structural deficit that's going down 90,000. We expect to see that and a little bit more in 2023. The increased hot and cold mix, we increased that by $5,000 just because our streets are aging faster than we can get them repaired and replaced. So we have to invest in more maintenance on those. Our increased preventive maintenance, we're looking at increasing that 5% so that we can extend the life of those roads. And that includes additional chip sealing, crack filling, and for those items. We increased our pavement marking budget by $50,000. As mentioned, it's about 1/5 of the city. This $50,000, for instance, would cover McKee Road between Fish Hatchery Road and Seminole Highway. That's one road that would eat up that entire budget. So we need to look at a long-term solution for managing our pavement markings. So again, it's one of those, something that needs to be done every year, at least in some part. We do expect to get about 7 years of life out of the pavement marking. So it's not it's in the 5 to 7 year range is something that we need to budget for. Our Metro Transit system is anticipated to increase $117,000 for the same reduced hours currently operating in 2021. So that statement needs to be revised slightly, that it does include the town of Madison portion as well in that $117,000. So it is increasing. It accounts for the town of Madison and the increased expenses from Madison Metro. The additional staffing that we're looking at in the mayor's proposed budget, we did propose a project engineer due to the number of building maintenance projects that we've been conducting over the few years and future years that we have coming up. We felt that currently our utility engineer is doing those jobs as well. And it's just too much for one person to do. As we mentioned in there, our staff, our salaried engineers dedicate, over 1,000 hours a year to the city, in addition to a 40-hour work week. Not to say that we don't, put in extra time, but if you keep running at 6-7 days a week, it is hard to be able to perform well. So I asked staff, what do you think? They said another project engineer general would be great. So, that's not included in there, but there are other proposals that would assist in meeting our goals of helping out and assisting our staff. So The next one is our streets parks maintenance worker. This was included in the budget. This is in addition, this is a staffing request due to the town of Madison, the additional streets that we have, the specialty of the areas that we're looking at for snow plowing and things like that. So it's a part-time, half-time public works worker and part-time streets person or a parks person. And we're trying to hopefully look at somebody who could assist with fleet maintenance as well, as that's one of the areas that we feel that we're not able to respond quickly enough to our fleet maintenance issues, because the person who's also doing the fleet is also out plowing roads and assisting with road projects as well. So we really need to, especially in a snowstorm, it's detrimental when we have to take 2 or 3 people off of the street to help fix a truck to get it back on the road. So hopefully, you know, with the new hire that we have, they will have some maintenance experience and be able to assist in that area as well. This was a proposed staffing that had been mentioned by Chad and myself regarding doing the fleet maintenance of police vehicles. And we're going to be taking a good look at, you know, the costs and the time that it takes to get the maintenance done on the vehicles as the police department comes online with the new vehicles that we would be maintaining. And it's just one of these areas that we can provide the service very efficiently at the parts alone, anywhere from 30 to 50% savings from, you know, wholesale costs that we would purchase those. And then, or I'm not sure what the term is, wholesale, retail, whatever it is, the lowest possible price. No dealer markups. And especially with the number of maintenance changes that we have there with oil, fleet, brakes, tires, things like that, we feel that we'll do a little bit more study on it, but we can easily accommodate the, you know, with an additional staff and the equipment, we can accommodate those police vehicles. And we'll be coordinating with the city of Sun Prairie, who also does this, and I think the city of Middleton as well. So we've got some leaders out there already doing this, so we'll be looking on, you know, researching that next year. The streets utility lead worker was as Joe Pulvermacher already mentioned, kind of a span of control and a formal departmental leadership program. We currently just have maintenance workers and supervisors down there with no in between. And so there's no advancement once you become a city maintenance worker unless you become a supervisor. So what we were looking to do is create these lead position workers where we would be able to assign those lead workers with tasks and groups of workers to be able to get projects done. And with the Public Works Street Division, it would go up to 10 direct reports under one supervisor. And what we'd like to do is try to get that down to 3 or 4, you know, project leads, or we would have a couple of project leads for 3 or 4 maintenance workers. And then we would need a lead worker for the Parks Department and the water utility as well. And that really sets, you know, the succession planning in place for people that could take over for vacations and eventually, you know, move into that supervisor position down the road. The Assistant Public Works Director is a position that was requested to help out in general, really. It's the areas that we really need some focus on or some assistance with is development, is with oversight of some personnel issues, and whether, you know, I take those over specifically and the other person would do the development and engineering I'm kind of working through the details on that, which one would be the most beneficial. But to start out, I think, engineering development, providing assistance with building maintenance are all areas that need some focus so that we can, be more efficient and allow staff to take some time off during our work hours or the year during that we have working. One of the things I would like to have the position focus on too is grant administration. There's a lot of grants that are out there that could be applied for. And with all of the work that we have going on with designing and coordinating and public outreach, it's hard to find time to get out there and look for things for grants and apply for those and then administer them. So hopefully what this position will help us out with is that area as well. We feel that there's a lot of money out there that we're not looking for, and it would be very beneficial to the city to be able to capitalize on those. So that would be, an area that this position would focus on as well. I think that's about what I had there.
So Randy, usually we'll ask for questions at kind of each one of these divisions before we go to the next one.
Okay, very good. Do we have any questions from council? Yes, Dave, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Randy. Bill, just a quick question. Did you guys get a chance to look at those portable vehicle maintenance lifts that CERTCO has? I suggested to Mark. Did you guys get a chance to look at those?
Yeah, we took a look at them, and they really wouldn't work with our existing floor that we have there. It has to be a totally flat floor, and ours are internally drained, so they've got slopes to them. They would roll around and wouldn't be stable.
Any additional questions before we move on to the next? Yes, Gabriella, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm curious about I have a couple questions. I mean, the first one is for that new position that's in the budget for the streets parks maintenance worker, proposal number 15. It says in the description that there's 3.4 miles of streets in the town of Madison.
Yes.
Centerline miles of streets. Does that require a full additional staff member to tackle that? Because the justification for this position says specifically it's town of Madison focused.
It is, and it's partially partially Terravessa as well. So it would be a Terravessa and town of Madison area that we were focusing in on with this position.
And do you anticipate hiring for a January 1st start date, even though the town of Madison absorption won't happen until October?
We're ready to go whenever you get the permission to us. So yeah, whenever the position is scheduled to be hired, we're ready to go with it.
So the need reflects more than just the town of Madison absorption. It's a broader need for that type of worker.
Yes.
Okay. And then just one more question. The $50,000 for street pavement markings, the additional 50,000. Can we utilize all that funding in a single year? Like, is it easy to contract that out? We'll be able to easily spend an additional 50,000?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Additional questions? Yes, Julia.
So Bill, so you have one position here, the project engineer, that it was not included in the mayor. And if I read the justification, it seems like, there is like a huge hole in that department, because you mentioned that 3 engineers donated 927 hours, okay? And, so it's more than a part-time, time. So So, and I want to understand the justification for the Assistant Director of Public Works. So you have to determine which of those positions is what you really want. You know what I mean? Is, you know, you need another engineer, or because the other thing I want to mention now, the city has already approved 2 other positions, the GIS position and the other floating people that are floating, you know, I don't know the name, I don't remember. It's going to be helping different departments, okay? So, and I assume it's going to help your department too. And then you have the GIS position of that it was approved. So that one is going to bring more relief also to a lot of departments. So my question to you is, if you need to pick now, where is your major needs, you know, in personnel? You know, you need another engineer or you need an assistant director?
I need an assistant director that's also an engineer. And that's what that position would be hired at, so that we could provide that assistance to the other engineers as well. In the building maintenance facilities area, the, you know, the grant writing to pick up projects, other projects. I feel, you know, long-term, you know, we do need more engineering staff, but this would be a big step toward that we can use both engineering and administrative duties for public works.
Okay, I have a question too, because here in the justification and the position title, the word engineer is not here. So this is what I asked the question. You mentioned that it's an assistant director to public work with an engineer degree. This is what you're looking.
Yes.
Okay, so what type of engineer is?
We would just hire for it. It's a general civil engineer that would have a building facility maintenance specialty.
Okay. And my other question, maybe is for Misty regarding this position. The funding sources, you mentioned that it's going to be tax levy, $45,000 and $106,000 in utilities. So does it mean that, you know, we already went through the big adjustment in the budget, you know, in the fee for, you know, water and storm water? This is going to affect that, the calculation for next year?
So the allocation for this position mirrors what the current director allocation is. So it's a third to property taxes, a third to water rates, and a third to stormwater rates. You're right. When we get to the stormwater budget in a couple of divisions from now, based on what's in there now, we will need an additional rate increase to help pay for it. But it's more than just this position that's going to drive that rate increase.
No, I know, but this one is going to be adding to that too. So what is the other $10,000 coming from?
That is from the amount that we expect to be able to bill out to developers. So a portion of this position will also do development work that will be shifted, and in addition to what we've been budgeting historically.
Okay. Thank you.
Additional questions? Hearing none, we'll move on to refuse and recycling. Go ahead, Bill.
Let's see, what do we got? Our significant accomplishments, we're going to be conducting one recycling event this fall. It's in November. Don't have the date with me off the top of my head, but it's coming up soon. We increased the number of cardboard bins out at the recycling center, so we had to get a contract change for that to go from 8 to 10 due to the number of cardboard that's for related to COVID. Hasn't gone down much, but we're still using those right now. We put up a litter fence around the recycling drop-off center. We used some recycled light poles that we had and bought the netting and put it up. So we didn't use as much money as we thought we would need for the purchase one. So that was a good thing. And we updated our city recycling guide online. Next year, we'll be increasing outreach and education, especially to apartments and commercial sites. That's one of the areas that we're kind of falling behind in. And we need to make sure that everybody's pulling their weight for meeting the recycling mandates of the state. And then website outreach, we're going to be making our website more accessible for recycling and refuse and recycling so that people can get those resources more readily available. Significant budget changes from this year to next year. We're looking at increasing our solid waste budget from $209 to $220 per unit. That's a 5% increase. Our brush charges will be increasing from $6.40 to $6.75 per unit. And our pickup costs, contracted costs are increased for the contract. We removed the med drop fees from our budget from last year because the Department of Justice takes those medications for free. We reinstated $400 for staff training that was removed in 2021 for COVID reasons. And we added $21,000 for the compost screener. The remaining cost of 2021 that we have in the budget right now will be carried over to 22 for that increase. And then we added $15,000 for a license plate screener. We had mentioned earlier in the year that we had a lot of out-of-town violators that would come in and use our facility. And this license plate recognition camera would allow us to be able to see those license plate numbers and issue citations based on that.
Questions? Yes, Gabriella.
Thank you. Bill, the license plate recognition, so I just want to confirm based on what I heard, the primary purpose of installing that is to monitor the people that are coming from out of town?
Yes, that basically what happens is the current cameras that we have out there don't have a high enough resolution to be able to pick up the license plate number and discern those. We can only zoom into a certain point, and a lot of times we can't figure out what those license plates are, but the higher resolution camera that's being proposed here would be able to pick those numbers up. And we could tandem that with the license plate recognition software that Chad knows more about that, but it's a program that is able to take that camera data and give you a report on the resource on the cars that are there.
Yeah, I just in general, I'm concerned about this because, you know, once we have one of those that requires maintenance and replacement and software, we have to have staff time to issue citations and follow up on that. Like that, it just seems like more trouble than allowing some people from out of town to drop some recycling off. I know that increases our cost, but I don't know. I just wonder if there's a real cost benefit analysis done that if it increase our costs enough to justify this type of purchase.
Sure.
Anyway, that's why I'm asking. So
yeah, when we were out there, you know, we've been monitoring it over the past few months over the summer, and we've noticed about 30 to 35% of the vehicles that come through there are from out of town or out of Fitchburg. So that's a significant amount that's using our site. That if we could cut that cost, that could get rid of the two additional dumpsters that we purchased. That's $8,000 a year.
okay. Okay, that's helpful. And then I guess my other question, which is maybe more of a Misty question, is, you know, that solid waste increase from 209 to 220. Yeah, I certainly understand why that's necessary, but there have been some big jumps in the recent past. We had a discussion about this when we first saw the initial numbers at RCC last month. And my understanding is that our recycling fund balance is pretty healthy. Is there any reason why we couldn't make this a slightly lower increase and absorb some more into the fund balance to make this kind of a more gradual increase over time rather than another 5% significant increase in the solid waste fees?
So the charge that was that's included in here was based on a formula. So you're right, we do have a healthy fund balance in there. Our policy that we use for this fund is the same as what we use for the general fund. This charge, even as it is, does not cover the full cost of the refuse fund. So we are already using some fund balance in order to subsidize that charge for this year. And it's the full amount that we are above policy that is being applied to subsidize this charge. So it was intentional that it was this amount. But it will be
So
go ahead.
Go on. So like with that dipping into the fund balance, we're basically like right at the margin of our policy for the fund balance?
So the policy is 15 to 25%. With this amount, so our actual is, I don't know, 28%. I'll just use a figure. I don't know if that's accurate. This amount will actually bring it down to the 25% that's at the top of the policy. So the amount that we're over our policy is what we're using to subsidize that rate to lower it temporarily, but it's not sustainable.
But we could dip down low and the 20%. I mean, are there like negative consequences to dipping further into the fund balance?
So
because it's still above our policy, right?
So best practice would be to only use the amount that you're above the policy for. So just the amount that's over the 25% top of the range. But council could choose to do something else, yes. And that will be a more thorough discussion that we'll have when we set the rates. It'll be done by a resolution to do that.
Gabriella, okay. Julia, go ahead. You have the floor.
Yeah, I have a question about the license plate recognition. So you mentioned that there are like 25, 30 vehicles that you think that they are no Fitchburg resident. How do you know?
When we were out there, we would ask for a driver's license with their home address on it or a bill. And we had some people that when they came up and saw that we were checking those, they turned around and didn't even come into the site. But there were some that came up that we turned away. Between the two of them, it ended up being about 35%.
Okay. So, so my question is, so what happened if, we are going to send a citation to these people? We are going to collect any fee from them? What is the enforcement of this?
Yeah, there would be a citation fee. I think it's $180 some $196 or something like that for illegal dumping.
So where is that? Is in our ordinance?
Yes.
Okay. Illegal dumping, okay. And how often are you going to be checking and doing the citation? You're going to be once a month, every day, once a week? How will?
We'll have to figure that out.
Are the other municipalities that they have this type of recycle sites? Do they have something like this?
Some do. Some just have a gated system where you just close it off after hours. You have some that are attended by a staff person where they're out there and they check every ID that comes in. So, those are other options too.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just going to follow up on the license plate recognition. Personally, I think it's a great idea. I've been using the site since we've moved here in '98, and personally, there's a lot of abuse that goes on. We haul in leaves, we haul in brush, and it's amazing where some of these other vehicles seem to come from. I mean, I don't know that from firsthand experience, but sometimes it's lined up out there. Just drive out there at a time when the leaves start to fall. You'll start to question as if all these people belong to Fitchburg. So I think it's a great idea, and you shouldn't have any problem recovering the money in a short period of time. But it's just my opinion. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, with that, we'll move on to the water and sewer utility. Go ahead, Bill.
All right, this year we completed the Northeast Water Main Loop. That is the water main that goes out West Clayton toward East Clayton, down MM toward Terra Vesa. We completed that. We're completing the McGaw Water Main System, the Northeast Water, or the McGaw Water Park System extension. We finished that through McGaw Park. We finished the South Saline Water Main extension, or we just got the passing pressure test today, so we'll be finishing that project up very shortly. The McCoy Interceptor and water main replacement design is something that we're going to have to get going on for construction next year. So we'll be designing that, or actually we did design it, and it's going out for bid next year. We purchased land to begin the design for well 12, which is over in Stoner Prairie. Began the design on Tower D, which is the tower that's going to be located off of Highway 14 and Lacey Road. The T-Mobile upgrade to equipment on Tower C and E. We review all of their telecommunication equipment that they're upgrading to make sure that it doesn't damage our water towers. So we have to make sure that the design is correct. We have to inspect it, and so that it doesn't damage our water towers. AT&T did an upgrade on Tower E. We completed a water system risk assessment, submitted that to the DNR for approval. And we implemented the Terra Vesa Sanitary Facility Seminole Highway Interceptor Connection Charge reports. So we've got those completed. Next year, we're looking at doing constructing the McKee Road and the Tower Hill Water Main extensions, constructing the McCoy Interceptor Sewer, which is, it's starting at the intersection of McCoy and MM, and it's going to travel south. That would provide sewer service to the Royal Capital Group that's coming online for the Fawside property off of MM. It used to be the Ad Edge development, if anybody's familiar with that. We're going to be constructing the water main connection along Lacey Road between Crescent Crossing and Quarry Vista, as well as the sanitary sewer extensions. We've got a section of clay lining pipe up on Fish Hatchery Road that we're going to be doing. It's not invasive, so it's done without any construction, just some traffic lane closures that we have to get up there for that. The well 12, we're going to be bidding, drilling, and starting to construct the well house up there. Tower D, we're going to be bidding and construction that. We're going to be abandoning the well 8, removing the well house, modifying the pump at well 7 to meet the north system conditions. So there's some work that we need to do with that one. We need to pull wells 5 and 10 for maintenance and chemically treat well 10. We're going to be implementing a unidirectional flushing program, which will be more thorough to flush the mains and provide better water quality to the residents. So we've got a study that we're trying to get some funding for this year and then implement that next year. We're going to be beginning the large meter changeout program, which is required that we need to replace our meters every 20 years it's every 20 years for these programs. So we're doing it over the next 4 years. And the cross connections and grease trap inspections is something new that we're going to be beginning next year as well. Our changes to the budget is we added $10,000 for the well house maintenance, as well as door replacements at well 5 and 10. We added $65,000 to professional services for the unidirectional flushing program, and $5,000 to maintenance of transmission and distribution of mains, because a new program will likely cause some more breaks when in average than when it's first implemented. We added $80,000 to maintenance and miscellaneous plant for the cross connection inspections that are due in 2022 and 23. Our depreciation increased from $700,000 to $750,000. The increased fees to Madison Metropolitan Sewage District is going to increase by $480,000, which is about 20%. And they have told us that these increases are going to be, I think they said that it's going to be normal over the next couple of years as they're doing some major plant revisions up there. We added $5,000 for computer-related expenses to implement SCADA upgrade, which is the ability for us to remotely control our water system and receive emergency alarms. We added $50,000 for grease trap inspections to be completed by along with the cross connection inspections. So basically when we go into do the cross connection inspection, we'll also be looking for grease traps in restaurants and making sure that they're complying with the ordinance. We're going to be doing the total sewer depreciation had increased from $300,000 to $350,000 based on the current plant values and expectations. So that's sewer and water.
I have a question, Bill. Back up under, I'll find it now. Under new initiatives for 2022. Lime, clay, sanitary sewer on Fish Hatchery Road and a few problems areas throughout the city. I guess I don't know enough about lime, clay, sanitary sewer other than I'm thinking it's a sanitary sewer. We're not talking about opening up Fish Hatchery Road where we've just completed the work, are we?
No, it's not invasive.
Okay.
Basically, the sewer lines that we have that are clay, they've got cracks and roots that are in those. And instead of actually going in and replacing the line with a PVC pipe, what we'll do is we'll insert a plastic liner into the pipe, and then it hardens into an epoxy line. So it lines the inside of the sewer and it creates a new pipe inside the pipe, essentially. So it's totally non-invasive. They go in through a manhole in the street. They put this liner in, they slide it in there, they fill it up with warm water. It solidifies, pull the liner out, or they pull the water out, and it's a hard pipe.
Makes sense, and that's kind of what I thought, but is this still under the new Fish Hatchery Road? I mean, or is this in a section that we haven't worked with? I would just have assumed we would have replaced that sewer line at the same time. I mean, there was a lot of infrastructure replaced when we rebuilt.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
We did look at possibly replacing the line, but due to the number of utilities that were in close proximity to it, it would be very difficult and timely to get to that pipe. So this is a long-term solution as well, and we don't have to dig the road up. So it's something that we did consider, but it was just too difficult in the sections that to be able to get to it.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions? Julia, go ahead.
Bill, can you explain me what is in the significant budget changing, page 187, you mentioned added 65,000 to professional service for unidirectional flushing program. What is that?
The unidirectional flushing program is where we take a section of the city and they do an analysis on how to push the water around the system all in one direction so that you don't get the water backtracking into the areas that you already cleaned. So they'll tell us which valves we need to close in order to prevent that water from backtracking. Right now, we're kind of doing it as we think is the best way to do it, but this is actually an engineering analysis where they come in and say, okay, this is where you need to close things and you need to open up this fire hydrant and it'll flush all the dirty water out of there, open these up and close those, So that's basically, it's just trying to push it all in one direction. So all the dirty water is going in one direction and out the fire hydrant.
So, and how often do we need to do this?
We'll be doing that twice a year, but we won't be doing the study. It's a one-time study. Once we know how to operate everything, we'll be doing that, but we do flush the water mains twice a year.
Oh, so this one is for a study?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, and I have another question, if no one.
Go ahead, Julie.
Okay, so my question is, something that is big is, I know that it's a pass-through fee. The Madison Metro, the MMSD, that the fee will increase $480,000. And even though this is a pass-through, cost, it's a 20%. And so we are next year is going to be our residents are going to have a huge increase in the sewer rate. That the one that we approved a couple of months ago, I don't remember. So this one is going to be another additional. This one is for capital improvement that they are doing. But my question to you is, I just got my water bill and I look at my number and I do a math, and this is going to be a huge increase to the residents, so when is going to be effective that increase? January 1st?
Yeah, they will start billing the new rates on January 1st. They did provide us with some information as to how that would affect the residents of an average home.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have that information in front of me, but they did provide that as to what the increase would be.
Can you share that information with us? And I
Absolutely.
think we need to do a good promotion, outreach about this to the community, because I already heard complaint or received people that they complain about when they received the utility bill this month. There were some people complaining about some of the increases that, we got an increase. It started in July. And I think we need to prepare our residents that this increase is coming in January, and why? Because sometimes they think that this is we impose this fee, you know what I mean? So this is fee that we don't have any control, but I think we need to explain that in advance, because it's going to be 20% is a lot, so thank you.
Gabriella, go. You have the floor.
Thank you. Just following up on that, because I had the same, the 20% was really shocking to me, because I thought that when Michael Bucha came to present it, the committee of the whole, I thought it was 9%. So seeing that number was very shocking. And I also think we need to start doing proactive communication about this to let people know. And then also get a sense of, I thought it was 9% per year over several years. But is it going to be 20% per year over the next 6 or 9 years? That's just that's just outrageous. I don't even know how people will be able to absorb that. I also think that there needs to be clarity, which I felt that the presentation I was confused after that presentation. I thought there was I didn't leave with clarity about the issue when we had that committee, the whole meeting. And I think that we also need to know if this is sort of a pseudo assessment, is this going to go up for a few years to pay for that infrastructure and then thereby come down at the end of it once the infrastructure is invested in, or if this is just a permanent rise and increase forever and ever. I feel like there needs to be clarity around that too. So anyway, I don't think you need to respond necessarily. I just feel like we need more answers as soon as possible from Madison Metro Sewer District so that we can start doing proactive communication. And I also think that we should, this year, maybe more than any other, maybe try to minimize or eliminate increases in the other utility rates so that the impact is a little bit less. I don't know. I'm very concerned about it. So I just wanted to say that. And yeah.
Additional questions? Okay. Hearing none, we moved on to buildings and grounds. Go ahead, Bill.
Storm sewer?
I'm sorry, I jumped it to put the two together. Stormwater utility, go up.
All right.
Thank you.
No problem. Yeah, we provided project management to several large studies that we had, regional studies for the area this year. We hosted an erosion control training program where we had 89 contractor participants that came in and learned how to do erosion control better. We developed a manual for our storm sewer program plan to meet the permit goals that are required. We developed a public education and outreach plan, a stormwater pollution prevention plan for the public works facility, purchased a new street sweeper and held an artwork contest, held an outreach program for the local school or the local daycare in Terravessa, replaced various stormwater signs throughout the community, and installed 10 new pond identification signs. We consolidated our as-built plans for city-owned facilities into a database so that we can use those for future study of the modeling that we're going to be doing for the community. We did waterway cleanups at Dunn's Marsh, Swan Creek, Quarry Hill, Yarmouth Greenway, and partnered with USGS Town of Dunn Lake Wabisa Conservation Group to install a monitoring station on Swan Creek. Next year, we're hoping to provide project management to the new capital improvement projects, implement an adopt a storm drain public education outreach program, develop a site-specific vegetation management plan for all of our stormwater facilities, and perform GIS updates for all of the stormwater facilities and infrastructure, as well as conduct a permanent public education outreach sign for the burn pond retrofit we finished this year. Significant budget increases to next year with the rate increase of 38%. What did you write there? You wrote that one. I don't remember writing that.
Yeah, so council approved a 38% increase, which was effective July 1st. Customers saw that in the bills that just hit the mailbox this week. And based on the current proposed budget, using that same simplified method as what we did last time, it'll take about a 7% increase in the rates next year to meet the 2022 budget.
All right. We added $525 for our computer modeling for the gluten loading software that we have for training and to be able to work on that. In 2021, we increased our out-of-state conferences due to COVID. We added those back into the budget. We increased our outside services for employment from $12,000 to $24,000 to account for the disposal costs related to the street sweepings that we collect. We shifted $150 for speakers and films and $150 for the green events to the stormwater public information education budget from the refuse budget, so we can do those programs. We also shifted $300 for the sustainability and RCC event supplies to the stormwater operating expenses from the refuse budget when they're for stormwater events. And then we also added in the staff request of the stormwater project engineer, which would assist with the additional projects that we have ongoing in the community for flooding, public outreach. They would assist with the staff engineers with developments and erosion control, stormwater reviews that we're currently experiencing here in Fitchburg. We don't see that going away for a long time. And we really do need to concentrate on the programs that we have, you know, the outreach education programs, the managing the contracts that we have for consulting and for construction. And it's just difficult to do with one person full-time, and we're requesting the additional staffing time to contribute to those shortfalls that we foresee coming in with the future projects. Halftime.
Yes, I'll clarify quick. So the request was for a full-time position. Those are the costs that you're seeing on this sheet. What's included in the mayor's proposed budget, however, is a part-time position at 0.5 FTE.
Questions? Gabriella, go ahead.
I have a few related questions. And my first one's probably, so our funding, we're pretty confident can be used for stormwater projects. Can it be used for consultants to develop stormwater projects?
So learned recently that the stormwater portion of ARPA can only be used for projects that address water quality and not water quantity. So there is some nuances there that we'll have to work through. Bill assures me there's still other stormwater projects that meet that requirement, so we should have that as an option, but we do have to keep that piece in mind. And then, yes, the cost to actually do the design and the engineering and all of that would be an eligible cost under that same project.
Okay, so for specifically for water quality issues, which might, okay, that's interesting. The reason I ask is, so in the mayor's description of why he allowed this stormwater project engineer position was specifically because of the large amount of projects that are in the CIP this coming year. And my guess is that also there's a planned period of time that our current stormwater engineer is going to be out of, unavailable for a significant period of time, which I assume played into the need for this position a little bit. But I guess my questions are twofold. Number one, if we do hire an assistant director of public works, couldn't they take on some of this additional stormwater work as part of their new position, even if it was temporary because of this huge influx of projects?
I guess anything is possible, but long term, there is a need for another half-time person, just because of the number of programs, the number of ponds that we've grown to. It's too much to manage with just one person.
Okay. Can you hire a half-time engineer with that type of specialty? Like, is that even a position that people would take?
Yeah.
Obviously, if a full-time position would be easier to hire, but
yeah,
I would think.
No, environmental engineers are very eager to work for a municipality, full-time or part-time.
Okay, that's all for now. Thanks.
Julia, go ahead.
Yeah, I have two questions. One for Misty. Can we use the ARPA funds to cover the 7% increase on the stormwater rate for next year?
No, because the capital projects that we can use the ARPA funds for is not factored into that 7% increase. The 7% increase is just what's needed on the operating side.
Okay, and then my other question is this, if we add this position that is going to be funded by stormwater rates, so it's part of the 7%?
Percent was based on the mayor's proposed budget. So that includes the portion of the assistant public works director as well as this half-time position.
So it's part of the 7% increase?
The approximate 7%, yes, using that same kind of back of the napkin math. We'll need to do more thorough analysis once we have finer numbers.
So it could be more?
Should be in that ballpark.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, additional questions? If none, we will move on to the buildings and grounds. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that our maintenance staff did a great job in 2020, 2021, keeping us safe and our facilities clean. They went out of their way to actually do research on how to clean the air in our facilities, and we implemented an air ionization system in City Hall, Community Center, and the library. So really did a great job, keeping things clean, keeping people safe. And, we attribute their safety, our safety to them. So I really appreciate the work that they did. We did build 18 story walk plaques for the library. So we kept busy, even though things were closed down, we kept busy with that. We worked with a contractor for LED replacements in staff areas at the library. We worked with our HVAC controller contractor to install some new software to monitor the senior system, City Hall and the senior center systems. We worked with a contractor to have a new countertops installed down the senior center. They've just been installed this week, so they look really nice. We started retrofitting the city campus parking lot to LED lights. We waxed the floors over at the maintenance building, and it set off a cleaning barrage. Everybody was wanting to paint the offices, paint the walls. Things were getting dusted, thrown out, purged. Everybody was taking a lot of pride in how the facility looked, just just by cleaning the floors. It just started, you know, a great, everybody was on the same page with that. We completed several roof repairs, city hall buildings, painted several offices, police department, moved the offices like Chad and Matt had mentioned down the police department. And we finished up the LED light retrofits here on the city parking lot campus here. Next year, we're looking to target more areas for LED retrofits at the library, at City Hall, and address maintenance needs down at the aging facilities. Budget changes for this coming up year. We're looking at adding some money in for the City Hall maintenance budget for security system and new garage door. We may get some of these funded this year based upon what maintenance we don't have. If we have balance left in our remaining budget this year to get that done, we may tackle those this year. We decreased the City Hall budget by $10,000 based on current costs to move to more energy efficient facilities. We decreased the utility costs. We added the amounts of public works, facility building, interior and exterior lighting, about $4,000, security system, and a floor scrubber down at the public works facility. Again, you know, if we have funding this year to tackle those, we'll do that. We had $2,500 Fire Station 2 for garage door repairs, and we're looking at Fire Station 3, some security system, and a mixer revalve repair down at the new fire station.
Questions? Gabriella, you have the floor.
Thank you. Bill, just one quick question. I was looking through the different line items for the different buildings, each of the separate buildings, and there's 5 or 6 different line items for pest control. And I'm just curious, is that insecticide for the grounds outside? Is that pest control for inside the buildings, or is it some combination of the two?
It's a combination of the two. Mainly it's mouse control. We've got, you know, the little houses that you see outside. They go in there, then they collect them up. So it's rodent and some pest control.
So do you use insecticide on the lawns as part of those buildings too then, or do you not? It's okay if you don't know, I'm just curious.
I don't know that for certain. I know that I get a bill every month. I look at the line item and it says it's pest control for a facility. So we can check into that more for you.
Okay, it's no rush. I'm just curious. Thanks.
Additional questions? Okay, hearing none for additional questions for Bill, I think that concludes Public Works. Am I correct, Bill?
I think so.
Very good. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right.
All right.
Have a good evening.
You do the same. Moving on to administration. Chad.
So the administration elected officials budget, significant accomplishments. City hired a new administrator. The administrator participated in the hiring of a new police chief. And we have upcoming negotiations with both our police and fire unions. New initiatives for 2022, we'll continue to work on planning for the town of Madison absorption. An internal work group has been created, has had its first 2 meetings, I believe. And we'll be looking to provide some updates to the council as that work group becomes more established and gets a bunch more information to share with the council. Provided guidance on the redevelopment along Fish Hatchery Road, as well as Uptown, guidance and assistance in the Healthy Neighborhood Initiative. And one of the new things for 2022, we also want to look at the self-insurance versus traditional insurance models and determine if an RFP is appropriate to consider our options. Significant changes, reinstated $800 for Dane Buy Local membership that was removed in 2021. Reinstated training money that was removed in 2021. reduced the city administrator mileage reimbursement by $580 and also added $7,500 for outreach and supplies for public informational meetings and other related outreach for the town of Madison absorption. Any questions?
Yes, Julia, go ahead, you have the floor.
So this is for Misty. Misty, how much money left was in the council training fund from last year to this year? That we haven't used in 2021.
I'm not
You
sure.
know that?
I can look it up and email it to you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay. I think it's great that we are adding money for the outreach and supply for the town of Madison. And I will ask that this outreach also is in Spanish too.
Additional questions? If not, we'll move on.
Chad, did you want to talk about the clerical float position? That's technically in your budget.
Oh, sure, yes,
section.
I should do that. And I know that this has come up elsewhere through the conversation on the budget, but yes, it was included in the mayor's budget in the administrative side of the house here. But ultimately, we do see some significant potential value in this clerical float. HR manager Sarah Olson talked about it last night. This position can be utilized through many different departments to help them with their administrative functions and tasks during peak operational times that may be varied throughout the year. For instance, helping the clerk's office during elections, helping the finance department during tax collections, helping the assessing department during revaluations and those things. And we feel that this also could be a good opportunity for us to hire folks at an entry-level position. They can determine if the city of Fitchburg is a good fit for them, perhaps have additional opportunities for their professional growth based upon their interests, and it'd be an opportunity for us to obviously evaluate their suitability for potential other roles within the city. We will house this, or we intend to house this position in the Human Resources Department, at least for the foreseeable future. We believe that provides the best opportunity to have someone manage this position because we do know we're going to need one central person to manage the workload of this position and kind of be the conduit between department heads who are requesting clerical float assistance and a manager to determine what availability of that person is and schedule that assistance.
Questions, Julia, go ahead.
Okay, Chad, I have a question about this position because of the annual salary. What is the minimum requirement? This is like someone with a bachelor degree or 2-year college.
No, I think Sarah mentioned last night that the intent right now, obviously we would need to write a position description for this and determine knowledge, skills, and abilities and qualifications that were desired. But at this point in time, we anticipate this to be an entry-level position, likely requiring a high school diploma as the minimum qualifications.
And
how do you come up with that salary?
I can answer that one. So the number that you're seeing on the form, remember that's all of the costs. It's not just the salary. So it's health insurance, dental insurance, et cetera. So this page instead, which is page 22, shows kind of the breakdown of that. So the estimated salary. The estimated salary for this position would be about $39,000, and that's based on where we believe that it will fall in the pay plan for non-represented staff. But you'll see there's also costs in here to actually do that analysis to see where that position will end up.
Okay, that's fine. I forgot about that. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay, moving on.
Next one is municipal court budget. Significant accomplishments in 2021. Court appearances were held remotely on a monthly basis via video conference or telephone conference from January to April. In-person appearances resumed again in May. In-person trials have also resumed since being on hold since March 2020. New initiatives for 2022 from the municipal court include collaborating with the police department on parking ticket software. Significant budget changes. Court penalties and fine revenues increased approximately $10,000 from the 2021 budget based on recent projections. Total revenue is still less than prior years, but seems to have recovered a bit from 2020.
Questions from council? Okay, Gabriella, go ahead.
Sorry, and this is mostly for Misty. I'm just curious about where that, because I know we budget for the fines and the penalties and fines, but I can't seem to find that number. Like, what is the projected fines revenue stream?
So that is
Where can I
included.
find that?
So it's included in the numbers section. If you go, all of the revenues are in the numbers, but it's also for that particular one in this department statistics table for the court. So the projected for 2022 is 160,000 total. If you recall, last year there was, I believe it was 3.5% of that money was diverted to the Community Wellbeing Fund. So the split between the general fund and the Wellbeing Fund is included in that chart as well. It's the bottom right corner.
Great, thank you so much.
Any other questions? All right, hearing none. I think that concludes our administration portion. And next item is wrap up and next steps. I'll turn that back over to you, Misty.
Yes, please. So yep, this was kind of what I call the information gathering stage. So next is the stage where we need to gather opinions and where you guys can kind of form your opinions on what you think should and should not be included in the budget. If you do have amendments, we do encourage you to reach out to the department heads to make sure that, they can help guide as far as if there's other either unintended consequences or other things to kind of keep in mind as you're putting together your recommendations. Next steps would be the public hearing at the next council meeting next week. Will be the chance for the public to share their thoughts on the mayor's proposed budget. You will take that information as well as the information you gathered from the last couple of nights and kind of your perspective, and you'll put them into the amendments that you want to propose. Those are due to me on Thursday, the 14th at 4:30 via email. And we'll use the same form that what we did the other years. I have emailed that out to each one of you, but it's also included in the packet if people wanted to see kind of the template of it. If you have amendments to the Fitch-Rona budget, you're going to want to make sure you go to the Fitch-Rona annual meeting, the joint meeting that is on October 21st. Once we get all of the proposed amendments, we'll do the same process as we did for CIP. So I'll work with you for clarity, fill out the rest of the form as far as the numbers piece of it, get your final buy-in on them. We'll put out a packet of what all of those amendments are so the public as well as all of the council members can see what all of the amendments are that are being proposed. We will then have our discussion on those amendments at the October Committee of the Whole. That is October 27th. That's the meeting where we should spend a lot of time discussing these amendments. Make sure you understand what the proposal is, what questions you have so that you can make your priority decisions when the time comes. This meeting is, I don't want to call it a free-for-all, but it's kind of a free-for-all. So it's an organized discussion. You can talk as long as you want, as many times as you want. Get that discussion out at the Committee of the Whole meeting. Because when we come to that next council meeting, which is November 9th, we will start with a public hearing where the public can weigh in on the council proposed amendments. And then we'll go into the discussion or the voting on the amendments. And this is where we'll have time constraints. Each person can only speak a certain number of times. All of those restrictions are there by ordinance. And the intention is you spend your time discussing them and, prioritizing at the committee of the whole, so that when we get to the council meeting, you basically just vote. You would say, this is why I think it should be this way or not, and then you make your decision and you vote. So it is much more constrained at that meeting. With the amendment form, so you'll fill out the title of it and your name. I would encourage you to do just one alder as a sponsor. It doesn't mean the other alders don't support it. They can share that support at the committee of the whole meeting and at the council meeting. But for potential walking quorum considerations, I would encourage you to do just one alder as the main sponsor of it that would submit the form. The first box then is the what you want to change, or what you want to amend the budget to include. And then the second box is the why. So make sure you fill out both pieces so that the public, as they're reviewing it, as well as the council, understands what the proposal is and the purpose of it. And again, I'm there to help you however I can, so feel free to reach out. There is the bottom section of the form that I will complete on your behalf. And as long as you're clear in kind of your what and your why, I should be able to fill the rest of that out pretty easily. But if you have any questions or concerns or just want to work through some stuff, I'm more than happy to meet with you to do that. So now for the Finance Committee meeting, the last piece you have, and this is for just the Finance Committee members, you do have the resolution in front of you. So I would encourage the Finance Committee to approve that resolution with the understanding that it's subject to the council amendment process that I just described.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Misty. Just as Misty mentioned, we have in front of us Resolution R-189-21, adopting. I'm sorry, who has a question? Go ahead, Julia.
Before we close the meeting, I need to, a couple of things. Misty, can we extend the day to turn the amendment to Tuesday the 19th to have another weekend? Because I think I don't know, I feel like it has been a very short time, and I have the, next week I have the deadline for the tax return, and it's 15, and and I really I want to submit amendment, and I want to do it right, and I think that I don't know if we can have an extension to Tuesday, October 19th to submit our amendments.
Council adopted the schedule. It's included in the packet. So that deadline is what was agreed upon by the council. My concern, of course, would be once I get those amendments from you, there's a lot of work that staff has to do as well to put those together, do the staff memos and all of that. And in order for that packet to be out on the 22nd, which is in time for it to be available for you for the committee of the whole meeting, I feel that that would be far too short of a time frame. But if this is where you can use me, right? If you have amendments that you want to put through, I'm more than happy to help you put those together if it's a timing issue.
Okay. And I have another comment before you close.
Go ahead.
At the end of the package, we have all the fees, okay? So my question to you, Misty, if we want to make some adjustment to this fee, do we also submit like an amendment, like a,
Yes. So
okay.
Part of the resolution that you're approving is also adopting that fee schedule.
Yeah.
So if you want to change any of the fees, that would also be an amendment that you would put through.
And the other question for you, if you can help me, is can you tell us when it was the last time that we make changes to this fee, in general?
So there are fee changes most years, not necessarily across the board fee changes, but each department head looks at their fees, looks at what costs it takes to do the work that supports that fee, and also considers what surrounding municipalities do. So that is done kind of informally every year, but there have been changes throughout the past years in different sections of it.
Yeah, because I am looking right now and I don't see kind of like any change from one year to the other one. So this is what I asked.
if I can speak on behalf of department heads, I think with COVID and everything else that's happening, that we thought a fee change might not be the best thing to recommend at this point. But again, council ultimately has control of that if there's a particular fee that you want to change.
Okay.
The other fee consideration is we have to have reasonable fees. And I know as a previous department head, when we've taken a look at those fees, we have to be cognizant of what the state will support as far as what our fees are. They have to be in line with what other municipalities in the state would recognize as a reasonable fee.
So if we want to look at for comparative of fee, where we can find that information?
Generally, each municipality lists their fee schedule on their website, if you wanted to look at that. A bigger component, though, for us is, what cost does it take in order to provide that fee? So if you're looking at building permits fees, for example, I know there are some statute requirements as far as what those can be. Those actually were increased in the last couple of years. But we should look at, what staffing and direct costs and all of that it takes to put in to get that fee. They shouldn't be overly arbitrary.
Okay.
Additional questions? Okay, hearing none. The next item on the agenda, Resolution R-189-21, adopting the 2022 annual city operating budget. Do I have a motion to approve?
I move approval.
Gabriella, motion to approve. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor, say aye. Those with the Finance Committee, I'm sorry. All those on the Finance Committee, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. Moving on to other items, such other matters. Announcements. The next regular Finance Committee meeting is October 12th, 2021. Adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Discussion. Hearing none. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned at 10:02 p.m.